I had been planning this trip for months, and I thought I knew exactly what I was getting into. I had rented a small cabin deep in the forest of northern Maine. It was late September, and the air was already biting in the mornings, crisp with the smell of wet leaves and decaying pine needles. The cabin was small but sturdy, built of old logs with a stone chimney and a rusty tin roof that had weathered decades of rain and snow. It was isolated, and that was exactly what I wanted. No distractions, no phones, no internet. Just me and the wilderness. I imagined myself sitting on the small porch in the early morning, steaming coffee in hand, watching fog curl around the trees and thinking about nothing at all. The drive there had been long and exhausting. I left the town late in the afternoon, navigating winding dirt roads that were bordered by thick woods. The GPS signal had disappeared hours ago, leaving me to rely entirely on memory and the directions I had printed. Each turn seemed to lead me deeper into a place where I could almost feel the weight of the forest pressing in. The trees were tall and dense, their branches twisting together in the fading light, creating shadows that seemed to move in the corner of my eyes. When I finally reached the clearing where the cabin sat, the sun had just disappeared behind the horizon. The air was dark and heavy, and the only sound was the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional distant bird call. The cabin looked exactly like the pictures. Weathered logs, moss creeping along the edges of the roof, and a porch that sagged slightly on one side. I parked my car on the uneven dirt driveway and grabbed my pack, which contained food, water, firewood, and all the supplies I would need for the week. The lock on the cabin door was old but functional, and when I pushed the door open, it creaked loudly, echoing into the empty interior. The smell of old wood and dust filled my nose. I switched on the small battery-powered lantern I had brought and stepped inside. The cabin was basic. There was a small kitchen area with a sink that was hooked up to a well, a wood stove in the corner, and a single room with a narrow bed, a small table, and a couple of chairs. The windows had thick curtains that blocked out most of the dim light from outside, and I could see the faint outlines of trees through the small gaps. I set my pack down and began unpacking, laying out food and water, checking that I had matches and a first aid kit, and organizing my sleeping area. I felt a strange mixture of excitement and unease. I was used to camping and hiking, but something about this place felt different. There was no one around for miles, and the forest seemed dense and endless. I decided to start a fire in the wood stove. I chopped a few small pieces of wood, placed them carefully, and struck a match. The flames caught quickly, and the cabin filled with the smell of burning pine. I sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling the warmth of the fire on my face, and listened to the forest outside. First, it was quiet, almost too quiet. Then I started noticing small sounds. The scrape of branches, the occasional thump of something moving in the underbrush, the distant sound of water trickling. Nothing seemed dangerous, but my mind started imagining all the ways I could be unprepared if something happened. The first night passed without incident, but I did not sleep well. Every little noise startled me. When a branch snapped near the cabin, I would sit up quickly, heart racing, and stare into the darkness. By morning, I was exhausted but relieved that nothing had happened. The sun rose slowly through the trees, casting a golden light on the cabin walls and making everything look safe and ordinary. I stepped outside, stretched, and began exploring the area around the cabin. There was a small creek nearby, and I found a path leading deeper into the forest. The air was damp and cold, and the forest floor was thick with fallen leaves and pine needles. I followed the path for a while, enjoying the solitude, but eventually returned to the cabin as the sky darkened. On the second night, the feeling of unease intensified. The forest seemed to close in on the cabin. I was sitting near the fire when I heard a series of loud snaps and rustles outside. At first, I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sounds continued and seemed to circle the cabin. I stood and looked out the small window, shining my lantern into the darkness, but could see nothing. The wind had picked up slightly, moving the trees and making shadows dance across the walls. My imagination started to run wild, picturing people or animals moving silently among the trees, just out of sight. Around midnight, I noticed something that made my heart stop. The fire in the stove was dying, and the cabin was dark except for the weak lantern light. I heard the sound of heavy footsteps crunching on the leaves just outside the cabin. They were slow and deliberate, not the erratic movements of an animal. I froze, listening carefully. The footsteps circled the cabin again, then stopped. My mind raced, imagining someone watching me from the darkness. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it out the window, but there was nothing to see. Just the forest, silent except for the occasional crack of a branch in the wind. I spent the rest of the night awake, checking the windows and doors every few minutes. I did not hear the footsteps again, but I could not shake the feeling that something was out there. When morning came, I felt a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. I stepped outside to investigate and found small footprints in the soft soil near the cabin. They were too large to be a deer or small animal, but too small to be a human adult. My stomach sank. Whoever or whatever had been there had come close to the cabin, and I had been completely unaware until the noises had started. For the next few days, I tried to keep busy, chopping wood, exploring the area, and collecting water from the creek. I avoided going too far into the forest, always keeping the cabin in sight. Each night, the sounds outside intensified. The footsteps, the scraping of branches, the faint rustle of something moving just beyond the tree line. I never saw anyone, but the feeling of being watched was constant. I double-checked the locks on the doors and windows, kept my flashlight and a small hatchet close by, and made sure I had food and water ready in case I needed to stay inside for a long period. By the fourth night, the tension had become almost unbearable. I was exhausted, but I could not sleep. I heard something different this time, a low, guttural growl coming from somewhere near the edge of the clearing. It was not a bear, I was sure of that. The sound was deeper, deliberate, and repeated at irregular intervals. I shone my flashlight into the darkness but could see nothing. I sat in the corner near the stove, holding the hatchet, waiting. The growling continued for hours, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. Every small sound made my heart race. At some point during the night, I realized I had made a mistake in underestimating the isolation of this place. I had assumed the worst-case scenario would be dealing with wildlife or maybe a storm, but now I could not ignore the possibility that a human was near. Someone could be watching me, maybe hiding in the forest, and I would have no way to call for help. My phone had no signal, my car was parked far enough that I could not make a quick escape, and the nearest road was miles away. The reality of my situation was chilling. By dawn, I was trembling, but I needed to think. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, some food, a flashlight, the hatchet, and a lighter. I decided I could not wait any longer. I would have to hike back to the main road, even though it was risky. I planned my route carefully, staying aware of my surroundings, listening for any sounds of movement. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet, as if it were holding its breath. I kept my eyes on the path ahead, feeling the weight of every step on the soft forest floor. It took hours to reach the dirt road. Every noise made me stop and listen. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows and giving me some comfort, but the feeling of being followed never left me. When I finally saw the familiar outline of a paved road in the distance, relief washed over me. I ran the last stretch, not caring about the rough terrain or twisted routes, only wanting to get to safety. A passing car slowed when they saw me, and I waved frantically. They stopped and offered a ride, and I climbed in, my hands shaking, my body exhausted. Back in town, I explained very little. I did not want anyone to think I was exaggerating or imagining things, so I simply said I had decided to cut the trip short. I felt a mix of shame and relief. The forest had been beautiful, and the cabin charming, but the experience had shown me that isolation could be dangerous in ways I had never anticipated. I had been lucky. Nothing had attacked me physically, but the psychological pressure of being alone, being watched, and not knowing what was out there had been intense and real. In the days that followed, I could not shake the memories of the nights at the cabin. The footsteps, the growls, the constant sensation of being observed. I realized that fear could be as real and dangerous as any physical threat, especially when you are alone in the wilderness with no one to turn to. I learned to respect the forest more, not just for its beauty, but I had been planning the trip for months. It wasn't meant to be exciting or thrilling. I just wanted a few days away from everything, a place where the air was clean and the noises of the city could not reach me. The cabin was small, unassuming, tucked deep into the forest in the northern hills. I had driven most of the way the day before, stopping only a few times to refuel and pick up a few supplies. By the time I reached the final dirt road that wound through the trees, the sun had dipped behind the hills, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. I parked the car and unloaded my bags, feeling a strange mixture of excitement and unease, a sensation I didn't quite understand at the time. The cabin itself was simple but solid. Logs stacked neatly, a tin roof, a small porch with a creaking swing. Inside, the furniture was sparse but functional. A small kitchen area, a wood-burning stove, a single bedroom with a narrow bed, and a tiny bathroom. Everything smelled faintly of pine and old wood, the kind of smell that made the place feel lived in but also abandoned at the same time. I set down my bags and lit the stove, the small flames throwing warm, uneven light across the room. Outside, the forest was quiet, the way it always is when humans are far away. Only the occasional rustle of leaves or snap of a twig broke the silence. I spent the first day unpacking, exploring the surrounding area, and making small preparations. I stacked firewood, checked the water supply, and made sure I had enough food to last the weekend. The cabin was off the grid, without electricity or cell service, which was exactly what I wanted. I had brought a small generator for emergencies and a couple of lanterns, but I mostly wanted to rely on the natural rhythms of the place. Light in the day, dark at night, warmth from the fire. The first night was quiet, almost unnervingly so. Lying in bed, I could hear the wind moving through the trees and the occasional sound of an animal moving in the underbrush. Nothing particularly alarming, but every crack or rustle felt magnified in the darkness. I kept the fire going, partly for warmth and partly for comfort, the soft light giving me a sense of security. By morning, I felt foolish for being on edge. The sun had risen slowly, the light filtering through the small windows, and the forest seemed peaceful again. I reminded myself I was here to relax, to disconnect. The second day was when the unease began to grow. I had ventured further into the forest, following a narrow trail that led to a small stream. The water was clear, cold, and fast-moving, running over smooth stones. I stopped to drink, kneeling by the edge, feeling the chill seep into my hands. As I stood back up, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud near the water, deep impressions that did not match my boots. They were too large, too heavy, and they led off the path and deeper into the trees. I felt a jolt of fear but tried to dismiss it. Maybe a hunter, maybe a hiker, I told myself. But as I followed the trail back to the cabin, I noticed that the prints didn't seem to be randomly wandering. They were deliberate, purposeful, moving closer to the cabin itself. By the time I reached the cabin, my stomach was tense. I double-checked all the doors and windows, even though they were locked and latched. Nothing seemed out of place. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself I was imagining things. The forest could play tricks on the mind, especially when one was alone. Still, the sensation lingered like a low, persistent hum in my chest. That evening, I noticed something even more unsettling. I had left the fire going in the stove while I stepped outside to stretch and look at the sky. The stars were brilliant, the Milky Way stretching across the heavens. But then I saw it, a shadow moving among the trees, far enough away to be indistinct, but close enough to make my heart race. I froze, trying to rationalize it. Could it be a deer or some other animal? The movement was too smooth, too deliberate for an animal. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. I convinced myself it was my imagination, that the isolation was getting to me, but the feeling of being watched would not leave. The next day, I decided to explore more of the forest, to prove to myself that I was safe. I walked for hours, following faint trails and avoiding dense undergrowth. Everything seemed normal at first: birds, squirrels, the smell of damp earth. But as the day wore on, I noticed signs of human presence. Small piles of branches arranged strangely, worn paths that weren't on any map, and again, the footprints. This time, they were closer to the cabin and they were fresh. I followed them for a while, my stomach twisting, but eventually turned back, realizing I had no idea who or what could be leaving them. By the time I returned, the sun was low and the cabin looked as serene as ever. But inside, the feeling of unease had grown into something heavier, almost suffocating. That night, I barely slept. Every sound seemed amplified, the wind rattling the roof, the creaking wood, the distant crack of branches breaking. I kept checking the windows, the door, the perimeter of the cabin. Everything was intact, and yet, I could not shake the sense that I was not alone. The next morning, I found something that made my blood run cold. One of the windows had been opened slightly, not forced open, but nudged, just enough to allow someone to peek inside. I hadn't left it open. I went around the cabin, checking every entry point, every lock. Everything else was secure. Whoever had been there had been careful, silent. The realization that someone had been inside the cabin while I slept made the isolation and vulnerability almost unbearable. I spent the following day preparing. I reinforced the doors with spare wood, set up tripwires with bells I had brought for wildlife, and made a point to keep the fire burning at all times. I took long walks in the daytime, making mental notes of all the possible hiding spots around the cabin, the places someone could approach from without being seen. The forest that had felt peaceful at first now seemed hostile, full of unseen eyes and potential threats. Each crack, each movement made me jump. Even small animals sounded enormous and deliberate. The third night, the tension reached its peak. I had stayed up late, sitting by the fire, staring into the dark shadows beyond the windows. Around midnight, I heard it, the soft crunch of footsteps on the porch. I froze. The hair on my arms stood up. I couldn't see clearly through the darkness, but I knew someone, or something, was outside. I had brought a rifle and I gripped it tightly, my knuckles white. The footsteps stopped abruptly, and then I heard a faint whisper of movement away from the cabin, into the trees. I didn't dare step outside. I stayed awake until dawn, too afraid to sleep, listening for every sound. Morning brought no relief. The ground around the cabin showed clear signs of disturbance. Footprints, broken twigs, and the faint impression of someone having crouched near the porch. I realized that whoever had been coming here had done so over multiple nights, carefully watching, testing, waiting. The sense of being hunted was undeniable. My initial escape plan had been naive. I had assumed the forest was my refuge, but now it felt like a trap. I spent the next day packing, knowing I had to leave. I moved quickly but cautiously, keeping my rifle close and my senses sharp. I decided I would take the dirt road back down to the main highway, avoiding the forest trails I had previously used. Every sound made me flinch. Every shadow seemed like it could conceal someone lying in wait. As I drove away, the cabin disappearing behind me through the trees, I felt relief, but also a lingering fear. The place had been meant for solitude, a quiet retreat. Instead, it had become a reminder of vulnerability, of how quickly isolation could turn into danger. Weeks later, I returned with the local authorities. The cabin itself was untouched by vandalism, but the forest around it told the story clearly. Footprints, small campsites hidden in the underbrush, and signs that someone had been watching for weeks. No one had been caught, and there were no clues as to their identity. The experience left me wary of remote cabins, of silence that felt too heavy, and of the false sense of safety that isolation can provide. I realized that sometimes the scariest things aren't supernatural. They are human, patient, and relentless. In the end, I learned to respect my instincts, to prepare for danger even in places meant for peace. I left the cabin behind, but the memory stayed with me. The quiet dread, the subtle signs of intrusion, and the knowledge that being alone doesn't guarantee safety. Life continued, but my view of solitude had changed forever. The forest, once a place of calm, had revealed its harsher truths. And though I had survived without harm, the encounter remained a vivid reminder that vigilance is always necessary, even in the most peaceful of places. I never thought I would find myself alone in a remote cabin in the middle of the forest. I had always enjoyed the idea of solitude, but the reality of it was far more intense than anything I had imagined. The cabin was tucked deep into the trees, surrounded by thick pines and birches that blocked the sunlight for most of the day. The road leading up to it had long since been forgotten, overgrown and barely visible under a blanket of moss and fallen leaves. When I first arrived, dragging my bags behind me along the narrow path, the smell of wet earth and decaying leaves was strong and sharp, filling my lungs in a way that made me acutely aware of every breath I took. The cabin itself was modest, a simple wooden structure with a single floor, a small loft, and a porch that sagged slightly under the weight of years. The wood was weathered and dark, blackened in places from old fires and storms, and the roof sagged in a couple of spots where the snow had accumulated too heavily in winter. Windows were small, and most of them were grimy with years of dust, but I could see a faint light reflection from the glass, giving the place a strangely inviting appearance despite its isolation. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, and the smell of damp wood mixed with a faint scent of old smoke hit me immediately. It was not unpleasant exactly. It smelled like it had once been lived in, like the cabin had a history, but it was also strangely oppressive, the kind of smell that reminded me I was truly alone. Inside, the cabin was empty. A few pieces of furniture remained. A small wooden table, 2 chairs, and a rickety bed in the corner that looked as though it might collapse if I dared sit on it. There was a fireplace, blackened with soot, with a pile of logs stacked neatly beside it. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I explored, each step echoing through the silent, narrow space. I unpacked slowly, setting my bags on the floor, and made myself a small corner near the fireplace, placing my sleeping bag over the bed and arranging my belongings in a rough order. The first night was quiet, almost unnaturally so. Outside, I could hear the wind moving through the trees, a constant rustle that felt alive and whispering, and the occasional snap of a branch falling somewhere in the distance. I tried to read, tried to keep myself occupied, but the silence was pressing, a weight that made me hyper-aware of the smallest noises. The creak of the floor, the sigh of the wind, the way a loose shutter rattled against the wall. When I finally lay down, I felt the cabin itself holding its breath with me, as though it was waiting to see what I would do next. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. I walked through the dense forest, the ground soft and springy under my boots, covered in a thick layer of fallen needles and leaves. Moss clung to the base of every tree, and tiny streams ran quietly, burbling over rocks and roots. I felt a mixture of awe and unease. The forest was beautiful, undeniably so, but it was also isolating. I kept expecting something or someone to appear, even though I knew logically that there was nothing there. Still, every crack of a twig under my foot or rustle in the underbrush made me flinch. As the hours passed, I began to notice details I had missed from the cabin. The way the trees bent slightly toward each other, forming natural corridors that blocked the sky, the patches of shadow that seemed to move with the wind, the sudden silence when I stopped walking, so deep that I could hear my own heartbeat. I realized that even in the daylight, the forest had an intensity that made it feel as though it were watching me. I returned to the cabin as the sun began to sink behind the trees, the shadows lengthening and the air growing cooler. That evening, I decided to make a fire in the fireplace. The first sparks caught slowly, and the smell of burning pine filled the small room. I sat close, feeling the heat on my face, and for the first time felt a faint sense of safety. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the trees and carrying the scent of wet leaves and soil into the cabin. I listened to the storm approaching, feeling the isolation more acutely than before. It was then that I first noticed the way the cabin seemed to respond to the elements. How the wood moaned under the strain of wind, how the windows shivered in their frames, how the floorboards groaned as if echoing the storm outside. The following day, I decided to investigate the small creek I had seen from the porch. It was a narrow ribbon of water, barely wider than my arms could reach, but it wound through the forest in a winding path, hidden in some areas by thick undergrowth. As I followed it, I noticed signs that wildlife had been active here. Footprints, claw marks on tree trunks, and the remains of small animals partially hidden in the moss. The forest, I realized, was alive in ways I hadn't fully appreciated before. Each rustle in the brush or snap of a twig reminded me that I was not the only creature moving through the space. I returned to the cabin that evening with my clothes damp from wading through shallow pools and mud. The wind had calmed slightly, but the shadows inside the cabin seemed darker, more oppressive. I lit the fireplace again and sat, listening to the silence and feeling a sense of unease that I couldn't shake. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, as my mind playing tricks on me because of the isolation, but deep down I knew it was something more. Being alone in the forest made every sound sharper, every movement more significant, and every shadow more threatening. Over the next several days, I settled into a routine. I collected water from the creek, gathered firewood, and explored the surrounding forest in small increments. I kept the fire going nearly constantly, partly for warmth and partly because it gave me a sense of control over the environment. I began to notice the patterns of the forest, how the wind moved through the trees, how the light shifted with the time of day, how the animals behaved around me. I became attuned to the forest in a way that was both exhilarating and exhausting. I slept poorly, waking often to the sounds of branches cracking, leaves rustling, and distant calls of animals. Every noise became a potential threat, a reminder that I was far from anyone who could help if something went wrong. One evening, after several days of relatively uneventful isolation, I heard a noise that made my heart stop. It was outside the cabin, a low, dragging sound, heavy and deliberate, moving through the underbrush. I froze, straining to listen. It came closer, slow and measured, and I realized that it was too heavy to be a deer or any small forest animal. The sound stopped near the edge of the clearing, and then silence. My mind raced, trying to reason through what it could be. The forest was home to bears and other large animals, but the sound had been different, deliberate, almost human in its weight and rhythm. I stayed close to the fire that night, keeping my eyes on the windows and the door. Every crack of a branch, every whisper of wind, made me jump. I realized that the isolation I had sought now felt suffocating, oppressive, as if the forest itself was conspiring to remind me of my vulnerability. Sleep was impossible. I sat in the flickering firelight until dawn, watching the shadows shift and the wind stir the trees. The next day, I ventured out with a makeshift staff, a heavy branch I had stripped of smaller twigs. I checked the perimeter of the cabin carefully, looking for signs of what might have caused the noise. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I found prints, large, uneven, dragging slightly in the mud. They were not like any animal prints I recognized. The claws were long, but the shape was strange, almost human in part, but wrong in proportion. I traced the prints for some distance, my heart hammering in my chest, but they led only deeper into the forest. Eventually, I gave up, realizing that I could not follow them without getting lost or exposed. The following nights were tense. I kept the fire going constantly and improvised barricades for the windows and door with whatever I could find. I listened to every sound, every rustle, every snap, imagining threats in every shadow. Despite this, I knew I could not stay inside forever. I needed water, food, and supplies, and the isolation had begun to wear on me physically and mentally. One afternoon, I decided to make a break for it. I gathered my pack, filled my water bottles at the creek, and prepared to hike out to the main road, which was several miles away through dense forest. The sun was high, and I hoped that daylight would offer some protection, that the forest would seem less threatening in the open light. I followed the narrow path I had used to arrive, moving as quietly as I could, trying to avoid leaving a trail for whatever had been following me. Hours passed, and the forest seemed endless, a maze of trees, undergrowth, and shadows. I began to feel fatigue creeping in, my legs aching, my feet wet from crossing small streams. I kept moving, reminding myself that every step was bringing me closer to safety. The thought of the cabin, the fire, the oppressive silence, was now a source of fear rather than comfort. I realized that my desire for solitude had blinded me to the risks of isolation, to the vulnerabilities I now faced in a forest that was both beautiful and dangerous. Just as the sun began to dip below the horizon, I I had been driving for hours, the long stretches of asphalt broken only by occasional groves of trees or the rare farmhouse. The sky had been gray when I left the city that morning, but now it was a bruised mix of purple and black, the clouds low and heavy. I kept my headlights on high, though the road was mostly empty, because every rustle along the tree limbs seemed to make my heart jump. The cabin was supposed to be a simple retreat, one of those rentals people posted online, remote and quiet with a promise of isolation. The pictures had shown a small log cabin nestled beside a narrow stream, surrounded by dense forest. It looked peaceful, almost inviting. I had been craving peace, needing to get away from the constant noise and pressure of work, the endless cycle of emails, meetings, and deadlines. I thought solitude would be calming, even healing. The turnoff for the cabin came suddenly. A narrow dirt road, barely more than a trail, wound into the forest. My car groaned in protest as I took it slowly, the tires crunching over the gravel. The trees were tall, dense, their branches knotting together so that the sky was almost entirely hidden. The air felt cooler here, damp with the scent of wet earth and pine. As I drove deeper, the light faded rapidly, and soon the only illumination was my headlights cutting through the dark. The road became rougher, rutted with deep grooves from past rainfall, and I had to swerve to avoid loose stones. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the cabin. It was exactly as it had been in the photos, small and low-slung, with a stone chimney and a little porch. Smoke was rising from the chimney, faint and thin, though I could not see anyone around. I parked the car beside the cabin, taking in the stillness. There were no signs of neighbors, no distant lights, no cars. Only the quiet of the forest, broken by the occasional creak of a tree or the distant rush of water from the stream I could hear nearby. I stepped out, feeling the damp chill of the night air, and noticed that the forest seemed to press in around the cabin. There was no wind, yet the branches shifted faintly, whispering against one another. Inside, the cabin was dimly lit by a few old lamps. The air smelled of wood smoke and dust, a faintly musty undertone from the years of being closed up. The furniture was simple. A small table, 2 chairs, a narrow sofa, and a bed covered with a faded quilt. There was a small wood stove in the corner, and a stack of firewood neatly piled beside it. I set down my bag and walked to the window, looking out at the forest. The stream sparkled faintly in the darkness, its movement a soft, constant sound that filled the space between the trees. For a moment, I felt relief. This was exactly what I had been looking for. Isolation, quiet, a chance to breathe. I built a small fire in the stove and sat on the sofa, letting the heat seep into my cold fingers. Outside, the forest was alive in its own way, though I could not see much beyond the first few feet of darkness. A branch scraped against the side of the cabin, and I flinched, reminding myself that it was only the wind or perhaps an animal. I had been alone in the woods before, hiking, camping, even spending nights in tents far from roads, and nothing had ever felt threatening enough to worry me. But this was different. The cabin, while cozy, felt like a small island in the middle of a vast and potentially dangerous space. I had brought supplies, food and water for a few days, a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, and a small axe I kept in the car. The cell phone signal was weak here. I had barely a bar at times, so I knew I would not be able to rely on calling anyone. I kept telling myself that it was fine. I had prepared for this. The fear I felt was normal, the kind that comes when one is truly alone and the mind begins to imagine possibilities that are unlikely but vivid. The first night was relatively uneventful, though sleep did not come easily. The sounds of the forest were constant. The rustle of leaves, the soft murmur of the stream, and occasional thumps or cracks from falling branches. I found myself waking repeatedly, thinking I had heard footsteps or voices, but every time I checked, there was nothing. Only shadows and the occasional reflection of the firelight on the trees outside. By morning, exhaustion had set in, heavy and deep, but the daylight brought a measure of relief. The forest in the light looked familiar, safe, almost welcoming. I spent the next day exploring the immediate area. The cabin was set on a slight rise, with the stream winding along the edge of a small clearing. The trees were dense, mostly pines and firs, with a few oaks scattered about. The ground was uneven, covered in fallen leaves and needles, damp from recent rain. I walked along the stream, finding it shallow and clear, the water cool to the touch. Fish darted in the shallows, and I saw small tracks. Deer, squirrels, perhaps a fox. I even found an old, partially hidden path that wound deeper into the forest, though I did not venture far. It was easy to feel isolated here, even though the forest was alive with signs of animals and insects. The second night brought a different kind of tension. Around midnight, I was awake when I heard the sound of something moving outside, not the usual creaking of trees or the whisper of the stream. This was deliberate, heavy, something larger. My heart began to race. I sat upright on the sofa, straining to hear. There it was again. The crunch of gravel, the snap of a branch, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. I switched on the flashlight, sweeping it over the windows and the clearing outside. The beam caught nothing at first, only shadows shifting among the trees. Then I saw it, a figure hunched and moving slowly along the edge of the clearing. It was far enough away that I could not see details, but it was unmistakably human. Panic gripped me, the idea that someone had come to the cabin while I was alone, hidden in the dark, filled me with dread. I reached for the axe, keeping low to the ground, and tried to make myself as quiet as possible. The figure seemed to hesitate at one point, then move closer, following the edge of the clearing. I held my breath, listening to every sound. The crunch of footsteps on leaves, the shift of a branch. My mind raced with possibilities. A hunter, a hiker, someone lost, or someone intending harm. I waited, barely daring to breathe, until the figure finally receded, moving back into the trees. I did not sleep for the rest of the night, sitting by the fire with the axe in my lap, watching the edges of the clearing with my flashlight. When dawn came, I ventured outside cautiously, circling the cabin, looking for signs of entry or tracks. There were some footprints, large, deep, heading around the perimeter of the clearing, then fading into the forest. They were not mine, and they were not animal tracks. My stomach sank. I realized I was not entirely safe here. The sense of isolation that had once been appealing now felt like a trap. Over the next day, I tried to calm myself, though the tension remained. I reinforced the cabin doors, wedging a chair against the front door and stacking firewood along the back door. I made sure the windows were latched, though they were old and could not withstand force for long. I kept the axe close and a knife at my belt whenever I moved about. I avoided walking far into the forest, keeping within sight of the cabin and the stream. Every sound set me on edge. A bird taking flight, a branch snapping, the low murmur of the stream. My mind began to imagine patterns, connections, shapes in the shadows. I had to keep reminding myself that these were just tricks of the mind, exaggerations of ordinary things. That evening, I saw the figure again, from a distance, moving along the tree-line, stopping occasionally as if watching. This time I felt a flicker of anger, not just fear. Whoever it was had clearly been observing me, and that violated the fragile sense of privacy and safety I had built around the cabin. I made a decision. I would leave at first light. There was no reason to stay, no advantage to testing my luck. I packed as much as I could, making a mental note of the path back to the main road, the rough trail I had driven in on. I knew I would not sleep, but I needed to rest in order to drive safely. I spent the night awake, monitoring the forest, the fire dwindling low, and the cold settling in. Morning came gray and cold. The figure was gone, or perhaps had retreated deeper into the forest overnight. I moved quickly, loading the car, checking the doors and windows one last time. Every sound made me flinch. The stream, the wind in the trees, the distant call of a crow. I forced myself to stay calm, counting my steps, keeping track of time, rehearsing the drive back in my mind. When I finally turned the key and started the car, I felt a wave of relief. The engine roared to life, and I pulled out onto the dirt path, eyes on the road ahead, scanning the trees constantly. The drive out was tense. I kept the headlights high, moving slowly, listening for any sounds behind me. At one I had been planning the trip for months. I wanted to get away from the noise, the constant messages, the never-ending demands of work and city life. The idea of spending a week in a small, isolated cabin deep in the forest felt like a necessity rather than a luxury. I found the place online, a rustic, wooden cabin nestled beside a small, sluggish river, surrounded by dense trees and winding trails. The description said it had a basic kitchen, a wood stove, and enough firewood to last a week. The pictures showed a cabin that looked sturdy enough, though modest, and the surrounding forest looked dense but not impossible to navigate. It promised solitude, quiet, and the kind of stillness I hadn't felt in years. I booked it, paid a deposit, and started counting the days. I arrived on a late September afternoon. The drive had been long, mostly on winding forest roads that narrowed so much at some points that I worried about other vehicles. My car's engine grumbled over the uneven dirt paths, and every now and then, I had to brake sharply for fallen branches or deep potholes. By the time I turned the final corner and saw the cabin, the sun was beginning to lower in the sky, casting long orange shadows over the trees. The cabin was smaller than I expected, but it had a kind of solid charm. Its wooden walls were weathered, but there were no visible signs of rot. Smoke rose faintly from the stone chimney, though I realized it might have just been a trick of the sunlight. I parked, took a deep breath of the forest air, and grabbed my bags. The smell of pine, wet soil, and the faint decay of fallen leaves filled my lungs. I opened the cabin door and stepped inside. The air was cool and slightly musty, but not unpleasantly so. The cabin had one main room with a small kitchenette, a table, a couple of chairs, and a wood-burning stove. A narrow hallway led to a tiny bathroom and a single bedroom. There was a loft above the main room, reached by a steep ladder, which I decided I wouldn't be using unless absolutely necessary. I placed my bags on the floor, set down my backpack, and walked to the window. The river was barely visible through the trees, a sliver of gray water glinting in the fading light. I felt a small flicker of contentment. This was exactly the quiet I had wanted. After settling in, I unpacked my supplies. Canned food, a small camping stove, my journal, a few books, and a flashlight. I checked the firewood and stacked it neatly next to the stove. Then I made a quick meal, canned beans with a few slices of bread, and ate while sitting at the small table, listening to the forest. By the time I finished eating, it was nearly dark. I lit the stove, the small flames warming the cabin, and then sat on the floor against the wall, just watching the shadows of the trees outside shift as the wind moved through the branches. The first night passed without incident, though I was acutely aware of the silence outside. There was no hum of electricity, no distant cars, no neighbors' footsteps, just the occasional crack of a branch falling or the rustle of leaves. Every small sound seemed exaggerated. I slept fitfully, waking at strange hours to the sound of the wind or an animal moving nearby. The next day, I explored the immediate area around the cabin. There were several small trails, though none looked heavily traveled. I followed one that led to a small clearing and then along the riverbank. The river was shallow, more like a stream in some parts, with muddy banks and clusters of rocks. I found animal tracks, probably deer, and noticed that some areas of the forest were densely overgrown with underbrush, making passage difficult. I returned to the cabin before sunset, exhausted but satisfied with the quiet. That night, I noticed something strange. I had hung the flashlight on a hook by the door, but when I went to check it, it wasn't there. I was sure I had placed it carefully. I searched the cabin, looking under the table, behind the stove, in the small bedroom, and even the loft. It was gone. My first thought was that I had misremembered, but I had a vivid image of hanging it on the hook. I shrugged it off and decided to use one of the small candles I had brought. The following day, I planned to go further into the forest. I packed a small bag with water, snacks, a map, and a compass. The trail I took led uphill, the trees growing denser as I climbed. The sunlight barely penetrated the canopy, and the air smelled of damp earth and moss. I walked for hours, noticing animal tracks and signs of wildlife. At some point, I realized I had wandered further than I intended. The trail became less distinct, and I had to push through thick brush, scratching my arms and legs. I paused on a small ridge, looking down at the river far below. The forest stretched endlessly, and I felt a mix of awe and unease. On the way back, I noticed something else. There were broken twigs and crushed leaves on the trail behind me, but they didn't match my footprints. At first, I thought it was an animal, but the spacing seemed almost too deliberate, too precise for a deer or other four-legged creature. My heart started to beat faster. I picked up my pace, eager to return to the cabin. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun had nearly set. I checked the windows and doors, all secure. The flashlight was still missing. I started to feel a creeping sense of unease, but I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound outside seemed amplified. The creak of branches, the whisper of wind through the leaves, the occasional distant thump that I couldn't identify. I stayed awake most of the night, sitting near the stove, scanning the darkness outside. The next morning, I found something even more disturbing. On the small wooden porch outside the cabin, there were fresh footprints. They were human-sized, but I couldn't make out details in the mud. I hadn't seen anyone, and the cabin was supposed to be isolated. My heart sank. I considered leaving immediately, but the nearest town was more than an hour's drive away, and I didn't want to risk going alone on these rough forest roads in the dark. I told myself to stay calm, to rationalize it. Maybe a ranger, maybe a hiker passing through. I checked the doors and windows carefully, making sure everything was locked. I spent the day inside, trying to ignore the anxiety that was steadily growing. I ate my meals quietly, moved slowly through the cabin, and kept a small hatchet close by. I checked the surroundings from the windows, but the dense forest made it impossible to see very far. As night fell again, I could feel the tension building. Every crack of wood, every rustle of leaves, made my chest tighten. I forced myself to light the stove and sit near it, watching the shadows outside. Then it happened. A sound, a deliberate heavy thump, came from the back of the cabin. I froze, listening. Another thump followed. Someone was outside. My first instinct was to hide. But where? The cabin was small. I grabbed the hatchet and stood near the door, trying to control my breathing. I considered yelling for help, but no one would hear me this deep in the forest. The thumping continued intermittently, coming closer to the side of the cabin. I waited, tense, feeling the panic rising. Hours seemed to pass. I didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. Then, in the dead of night, the thumping stopped. Complete silence returned. I stayed awake until dawn, hardly sleeping, watching the forest outside. When morning came, I cautiously stepped outside. There were no footprints near the back of the cabin. Whatever had been there had vanished. I started to pack my things, deciding I couldn't stay another night. I spent the day preparing to leave, making sure I had everything, and then, with a racing heart, I drove back down the rough roads. Every shadow along the roadside, every bend in the path made me jump. I kept the windows up, the doors locked, and the engine running steadily. When I finally reached the town, I stopped at a gas station, the bright lights and the hum of activity feeling like a lifeline. I never returned to that cabin. Weeks later, I learned from a local that there had been reports of people wandering the forest illegally, sometimes hiding near cabins, watching travelers. They were often harmless, looking for supplies or shelter, but occasionally, things went wrong. It made sense. The missing flashlight, the footprints, the noises at night, they hadn't been supernatural or imagined. They were human. I realized that what had made the cabin truly terrifying wasn't the isolation itself, but the knowledge that someone could be near, watching, and that I had been completely alone, with no way to know their intentions. I had faced the forest, faced the quiet, but it was the unpredictability of another human being, the one element I couldn't control, that had been the real threat. In the months afterward, I made a point to spend more time in the wilderness, but only in places with other people nearby. I learned to respect the forest, to be cautious, and to trust my instincts. I kept the memory of that cabin as a warning, that nature itself is rarely threatening, but human unpredictability can make even the most serene place feel like a trap. And so, I never went back. I had been driving for hours, the narrow mountain road stretching ahead, twisting and turning, flanked by towering pines that cast dark shadows even in the late afternoon sun. The cabin I had rented was deep in the woods, miles away from the nearest town, tucked beside a small river that cut through the dense forest. The GPS signal had already become unreliable 2 hours earlier, flickering on and off, and I had started relying on printed directions I had copied from the rental website. I told myself it was part of the adventure, a way to disconnect from the city, from work, from people. I needed a break, a week in isolation, and this remote cabin seemed perfect. By the time I reached the unmarked dirt road that led to the cabin, the sky was beginning to change colors. The orange and pink of sunset filtered through layers of gray clouds. The road was narrow, and my tires sank slightly in the soft earth as I drove cautiously, aware that any mistake could leave me stuck far from help. The air was damp, heavy with the smell of pine and wet soil. I noticed tracks in the mud, some fresh, some old, deer maybe, or something else. I shrugged it off. I didn't want to start imagining things before I even arrived. The cabin appeared suddenly, a dark silhouette against the fading light, set back from the road, partially hidden by the trees. It was small but solid, made of logs that had darkened with age. Smoke was curling lazily from the chimney, though the place was supposed to be empty. I felt a strange flicker of unease, but told myself someone might have arrived before me, or the caretaker might have lit a fire. I parked my car, shut off the engine, and stepped out. The air was crisp and cool, the silence overwhelming. I realized that even the usual sounds of forest life, birds, squirrels, the wind, seemed muted here, almost as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of wood, faintly of dust, and faintly of something else I couldn't immediately identify, a musty, metallic scent. The interior was small, a living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen area with a sink and small table, and a narrow hallway leading to a bedroom and bathroom. Everything looked functional but old. The furniture was simple, mostly wooden chairs and a small couch, a rough table in the center. I set my bag down and walked to the windows. The forest stretched endlessly around the cabin, dark now as the last of the sunset disappeared. I turned on the lights, realizing that the cabin's electrical system worked, though the light bulbs flickered slightly. I felt a wave of relief. I had expected no power, no running water, and while that would have been part of the experience, the flickering light made the place feel alive, as if it could respond to me. I unpacked some food and supplies, checking the stove and the fireplace. I decided to start a fire. I pulled logs from the woodpile outside, noticing how quiet it was. No wind, no rustling in the trees. The silence pressed in on me as I struck a match and lit the kindling. Flames caught quickly, the smell of burning pine filling the room. I sat by the fire and listened, trying to relax. It was just a cabin. I had been alone in remote places before. I had camped in the mountains, in forests far away from roads. But something about this place felt different. The silence was not natural. I could hear the faintest sounds. Maybe water flowing in the river, maybe my own breathing. But there was an underlying stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck rise. I told myself it was just my imagination. I had arrived in the middle of nowhere, and my brain was looking for threats. I decided to explore the surrounding area before dark. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The trees were taller than I remembered from the photos, and the ground was uneven, littered with roots and fallen branches. The river ran close by, the water dark but moving steadily, reflecting the little light that remained. I walked toward it carefully, noticing footprints in the mud that were not mine. Human footprints, fresh. My heart started beating faster. I scanned the trees, the shadows, but saw nothing. Whoever had been here had gone or was hiding. I forced myself to calm down, telling myself maybe a ranger or a hiker had passed earlier. I returned to the cabin as darkness fell. The flashlight seemed weaker than I remembered in the fading light, and shadows from the trees stretched long and threatening across the walls. Inside, the fire provided warmth and some comfort, but I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, all secure. I even inspected the hinges, the latches, looking for gaps. Everything seemed normal. Still, when I moved through the cabin, every creak of the floorboards sounded too loud. I went to sleep that night in the bedroom, leaving the fire smoldering in the fireplace. I slept fitfully, waking at irregular intervals, feeling the floor shift slightly beneath me, the wind, or what I thought was wind, pressing against the walls. I heard noises outside that sounded like steps, but each time I shone my flashlight through the window, I saw only trees, the river, the empty forest. The next morning, I was tired and jumpy. I spent the day cleaning the cabin, checking the supplies, and exploring the nearby trails. I told myself I needed to keep busy. Sitting still made the anxiety worse. During the day, I noticed more signs that someone or something had been here. Small piles of stones arranged unnaturally, footprints in the mud that did not match mine, a tree branch bent as if it had been pushed aside recently. My imagination was working overtime, but these were concrete, physical signs. I tried to rationalize them. Animals, deer, maybe another hiker. Still, the thought that someone had passed through here without leaving a trace other than these subtle signs unsettled me. On the second night, things escalated. I was preparing to sleep when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the wooden porch outside the cabin. Heavy, deliberate, slow. I froze, listening. The footsteps circled the cabin, pausing at each window. I did not hear a voice, a knock, or anything, just the deliberate crunch of boots on wood. My pulse raced. I wanted to call someone, but the cell phone signal was gone. The radio in the cabin had no reception. I considered leaving immediately, but my car was parked at the bottom of a slope, and I realized I might not make it safely in the dark without slipping or damaging the car. I decided to stay inside, armed with a heavy kitchen knife I kept near the bed. The footsteps continued for hours, sometimes pausing, sometimes moving slowly along the perimeter. I stayed as quiet as possible, listening, breathing shallowly, trying not to give away my location. I realized the person outside had to know I was inside. They had walked past the windows where I had stood just hours before. That thought made my stomach turn. Whoever it was, they were deliberate, patient, and aware. I sat in the corner, knife in hand, heart hammering, as the night dragged on. Morning came with a pale gray light. The footsteps were gone. The forest was quiet, but the sense of threat remained. I stepped outside cautiously, scanning the perimeter. The ground around the cabin had been disturbed, fresh footprints in the mud, large boots. Whoever had been here had circled the cabin at least twice. I realized with a sinking feeling that they could return at any moment. I spent the day preparing. I cleared a path to my car, inspected the engine, and made sure I had everything I needed to leave quickly. I moved all sharp objects to reachable positions, locked all doors and windows, and even set improvised alarms using cans and strings on the porch. I felt ridiculous, but I could not shake the fear that someone was watching, waiting for nightfall. Night fell again, darker than the previous one. I stayed awake, fire burning low, listening for sounds. Around midnight, I heard it. The crunch of boots, softer this time, approaching the cabin. Someone was trying to be quiet, deliberate, patient. I held my breath, waiting. The footsteps stopped at the door. Then, for what felt like eternity, silence. My hands shook as I gripped the knife. I realized I could not call for help. I could not escape quickly. I had no choice but to stay still, quiet, and hope. The hours passed slowly. Eventually, the footsteps retreated. I did not sleep until the sky began to lighten. By morning, I had made my decision. I would leave immediately, no matter what. I packed quickly, not bothering to tidy or clean, grabbed all my essentials, and ran down the slope to my car. I started the engine and drove without stopping, the forest disappearing behind me, leaving only the memory of fear and unease. I never returned to that cabin. I reported the incident to the local authorities, though they could do little without evidence. They mentioned that in remote areas, hikers and hunters sometimes trespass on private property. But the details of my experience, the circling footsteps, the deliberate attention, made them uneasy as well. I had been driving all day to reach the cabin I had rented for the weekend. The directions had been vague, the kind you only get from someone who assumes you know the area, but I had managed to follow them without getting lost. The road had been narrow and winding, cutting through thick forests that darkened the sky even before the sun had completely set. As I drove, I noticed the air growing cooler, the sound of the wind in the trees growing louder, and the shadows stretching long across the uneven dirt road. My car rattled slightly over the rocks scattered across the path, but I didn't mind. I was used to rough roads. I liked being somewhere remote, away from the noise and the city lights. I liked the silence. I thought I knew what silence felt like, but nothing prepares you for the kind of quiet that only exists miles away from civilization. Finally, I saw it, tucked between dense pine trees and behind a small rise in the land. The cabin was old but solid, made of dark, weathered wood, with a steep roof that looked like it could handle heavy snow. A thin chimney jutted upward, though there was no smoke. The front porch sagged slightly in the middle, and a set of wooden steps led up to the door. There were no other cabins in sight, not even a trail indicating another house, nothing but the forest stretching endlessly in all directions. I parked my car on the small clearing in front of the cabin, feeling the weight of isolation settle on my shoulders. The sun had almost disappeared behind the trees, and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. I grabbed my bag from the trunk and walked up the steps, my boots making dull thuds against the worn wood. The door opened with a creak. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and something faintly sour, like damp fabric. Dust hung in the air in thin streaks where the last rays of sunlight managed to enter through the windows. I flicked the light switch, but nothing happened. Of course, I wasn't surprised. I had read the listing carefully. The cabin had no electricity, no running water. Everything was meant to be basic. That was fine. I had packed lanterns, batteries, and enough supplies for 2 days. I set my bag down on the floor and moved to examine the interior. The main room was one open space with a small kitchen area in one corner and a narrow staircase leading up to a loft. There was a fireplace with a rusted grate, a table with 2 chairs, and a small bed in the corner. The walls were lined with shelves, most of them empty, but a few held jars of preserved food. I ran my hands over the rough wood, appreciating its solid feel. The cabin had been built well, but it showed its age. I could hear the wind pressing against the walls and roof, a low, constant whisper that made the silence feel even heavier. I spent the next hour unpacking, lighting the lanterns, and setting up my sleeping area. By the time I was done, the sky had gone completely dark. The forest outside was nearly black, only the faint outlines of the trees visible against the night sky. I lit a small fire in the fireplace, the wood crackling as it caught. The warmth and light from the flames made the cabin feel less oppressive, but I couldn't shake a sense of unease that had begun to settle over me. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like the awareness that I was completely alone in a place where help would be impossible to reach if anything went wrong. I tried to push the feeling aside and focused on eating the small meal I had brought. The wind outside had grown louder, rattling the windows and whistling through the cracks in the walls. I made sure to check the doors and windows, making sure they were secure, though they all seemed sturdy enough. The forest pressed in closer, and the darkness felt almost solid, like it could seep through the wood if I let my mind wander. After dinner, I decided to take a quick look around the cabin's exterior. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and stepped outside. The air was cold, and the forest seemed alive in a way that was unsettling. Branches moved with a life of their own, though there was no wind strong enough to make them sway like that. Somewhere, a bird or animal called, but the sound was distant and hollow. I circled the cabin slowly, shining the flashlight across the clearing. Everything seemed normal at first, But as I reached the back of the cabin, I saw something that made my stomach tighten. There were footprints in the dirt, fresh and deep, leading from the forest directly to the back door. My heart started to race. I hadn't seen another car, hadn't heard another person. The footprints weren't human. They were too wide, too uneven, almost animal-like, but they walked upright with a gait that didn't make sense. I crouched to examine them more closely. They ended abruptly at the back door. There was no sign of entry, no scratch marks, nothing. I felt a wave of tension, but I told myself it was probably some kind of wildlife, maybe a large bear that had walked upright on its hind legs for a moment. Ridiculous, I thought, but the forest had a way of playing tricks on your mind. Still, I couldn't ignore the sense that something was out there, watching, waiting. I went back inside and locked the doors again, double-checking the windows. I kept the lanterns lit and sat near the fireplace, trying to calm myself with the sound of the fire. Time passed slowly. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside made me flinch. I kept my eyes on the shadows that the fire cast against the walls, noticing how they seemed to move independently of the flames. Hours passed. I ate a small snack, refilled the fire, and checked my supplies. Everything seemed fine, but then I heard it. A faint, slow tapping sound at the back door. My body froze. I strained my ears, but it stopped as soon as it had started. My pulse quickened. I picked up a heavy cast iron pan from the kitchen and moved toward the back door, heart pounding. I opened it slowly, shining the flashlight outside. Nothing, only the footprints leading away into the trees. I followed them with my light. They ended a short distance from the cabin, then disappeared. No other marks, no other signs. The forest was silent again. I breathed a little easier, convincing myself it was a raccoon or some other animal. But the image of those wide, uneven footprints stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something dangerous. The night dragged on. Every sound seemed amplified. The wind, the trees, the distant cry of an animal. All of it made me jump. I tried to sleep, lying on the narrow bed, but the sense of being watched refused to leave me. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps on the stairs, faint and deliberate, but when I sat up and listened, there was only silence. I decided to stay awake until morning, keeping the fire burning. I sat in a chair, hunched over, scanning the windows with my flashlight. Hours passed like this, each minute stretching endlessly, each sound making my stomach tighten. I tried to focus on anything else, the fire, my breathing, the small comforts of my supplies, but the cabin's isolation pressed in on me. It was overwhelming, the realization that I was completely alone, with no one to help, and that any threat outside could easily reach me without warning. Finally, the first hint of light appeared in the sky. Pale gray against the horizon, it brought relief. I stepped outside, feeling the chill of early morning air against my skin. Everything looked different in daylight. The forest was calm, the clearing quiet, and the fear of the night seemed almost ridiculous in the harsh light. I inspected the area around the cabin. The footprints were still there, clearly visible in the dirt, leading away from the cabin and vanishing into the forest. I followed them a short distance, trying to understand what could have made them. They were larger than human feet, uneven, with an awkward stride. There was no sign of any animal I recognized. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had left a prank, maybe some odd wildlife, maybe a combination of rain and shadows had created illusions. But the shape and depth of the prints were undeniable. They had been real. Whatever had made them had been huge, and it had been very close. I returned to the cabin, checking every door and window again. Everything was intact. Nothing had entered, but the unease didn't leave me. I spent the morning preparing for my departure. I packed my bag, extinguished the fire carefully, and double-checked the cabin. Before leaving, I decided to circle the area one last time. The forest was quiet, almost unnaturally so. No birds sang, no insects buzzed. Only the sound of my footsteps and the distant wind. I reached the edge of the clearing and looked back at the cabin. In the distance, a shadow moved between the trees. I froze, heart racing, but then it disappeared. I didn't wait to see it again. I hurried back to my car and started the engine. The rumble of the motor felt comforting, a connection to the world beyond the forest. As I drove away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror. The cabin grew smaller, swallowed by the trees. I felt a wave of relief that I had left safely, and a lingering curiosity about what had been there that night. I promised myself I would never return, at least not alone, and that I would tell no one about the footprints, the taps at the door. It started on a crisp autumn morning when I decided I needed a break. Life had become an endless loop of emails, bills, and minor disappointments, and I realized I hadn't been away from the city for more than a week in years. I had grown tired of the noise and the lights and the constant sense of being watched by strangers in crowded spaces. Somewhere deep in my mind, I remembered a cabin my uncle once mentioned, a small, isolated place he owned in a forested region several hours north. I couldn't remember exactly where it was, but after some digging through old messages and photographs, I managed to find directions and a phone number. The cabin was rustic, not modernized, and that was exactly what I wanted. No Wi-Fi, no TV, no human noise beyond the occasional bird or rustling of leaves. Just a place where I could breathe. I packed my car the night before, overthinking everything I might need, from canned goods to extra batteries. By early morning, the sky was still gray and cold, and I was driving north along a winding road, surrounded by towering trees. The air smelled of wet leaves and earth, the kind of smell that reminds you of something older than yourself, something untouched by cities and schedules. It was beautiful, but there was a tension in that beauty, too. Shadows clung to the edges of the road. Every bend revealed more forest, more isolation. After a few hours of driving, I finally reached a narrow dirt track that led away from the main road. The GPS signal wavered here and there, but I managed to follow the directions closely. The track was lined with overgrown weeds, and in some places, fallen branches forced me to slow down. By the time I saw the cabin, it was afternoon, the sunlight weak and fading behind the trees. It was a small wooden structure, 2 rooms, with a porch that had seen better days. The wood was weathered gray, and the roof sagged slightly. A small chimney suggested that a fire could be built inside, which was perfect because the nights were already turning cold. As I stepped out of the car, the silence hit me first. Not the pleasant kind of silence you find in a park, but the absolute, all-encompassing quiet of a place untouched by people. No cars, no dogs barking, no planes overhead. Just the wind in the trees and the occasional caw of a crow. I pulled my backpack from the trunk and carried it to the porch, feeling the wooden boards creak under my weight. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and faint mildew. Dust covered the surfaces, and cobwebs clung to the corners. There was a small kitchen area, a single stove that looked like it hadn't been used in months, a refrigerator that hummed faintly, and a dining table with 2 chairs. The bedroom was tiny, just a bed with a thin mattress and an old dresser. I set my things down and began exploring. The windows were covered with simple curtains, but the glass was clean enough to see the forest pressing close on all sides. By late afternoon, I had started a small fire in the fireplace. The cabin was dim, lit mostly by the weak sunlight and the fire's warm glow. I made myself a simple dinner from canned soup and bread, thinking about how peaceful it was, how different from the city's chaos. I sat on the floor near the fire, listening to the wind and the occasional crackle of the logs. And yet, even in this solitude, a sense of unease crept over me. Not fear exactly, just a tightness in my chest, a recognition of how alone I truly was. As the evening grew darker, I decided to go outside for a moment. The forest had an uncanny quality under the moonlight. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and the trees seemed to sway with a purpose. I walked a short distance from the cabin, careful not to step on dry branches that could snap underfoot. The air was colder now, sharp against my skin. I thought I heard something moving in the underbrush. Small, quick movements, nothing obvious, but enough to make my heart beat faster. I told myself it was probably a deer or some small forest animal. I returned to the cabin, locked the door, and tried to focus on the fire again. Night came fully, and with it, a quiet that was almost too complete. Every little sound seemed amplified. The creak of the cabin settling, the wind rattling the window frames, an occasional distant crash from the forest. I stayed near the fire, reading a book I had brought, but the shadows seemed to stretch longer than the firelight should allow. I felt the old, instinctual caution humans carry, the kind that tells you that isolation comes with risks you cannot always predict. Then I heard it, a faint noise at first, almost like a soft scrape against wood. I froze. Came again, a little louder this time. I grabbed a flashlight and shone it across the porch and the surrounding area, but the beam only hit empty trees and underbrush. My pulse quickened. I reminded myself the forest was full of animals. Raccoons, deer, foxes, but the sound didn't fit. It was deliberate, irregular, as if something or someone was moving along the edge of the cabin. I checked the locks on the doors and windows, even though I had already done so. The feeling of being watched persisted, a gnawing sensation at the back of my neck. I stayed close to the fire, thinking through options. My phone had almost no signal. I considered driving back immediately, but the thought of going out in the dark on that narrow track alone felt dangerous too. I decided to wait, telling myself that the noise would stop eventually, that it was likely an animal, maybe a raccoon trying to get into the trash outside. Hours passed. I tried to sleep in the bedroom, but every creak of the cabin, every distant rustle, kept me on edge. At some point, exhaustion overtook me, and I fell into a light, restless sleep. I woke abruptly to a sound that made my blood run cold. A loud, deliberate knock on the door. My heart raced as I realized that whatever was outside had learned where I was. I grabbed a kitchen knife from the drawer, holding it as best as I could, and approached the door slowly. I listened. Silence. Only the wind. I checked the windows. Nothing moved. My rational mind told me it had to be the wind, or perhaps an animal that had banged against the door, but I couldn't shake the feeling of a presence, of someone or something watching. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, sitting by the fire, knife in hand, unable to sleep. Morning brought relief, or at least a sense of temporary safety. The forest seemed peaceful in daylight, and the strange noises of the previous night were gone. I stepped outside cautiously, inspecting the area around the cabin. There were no footprints, no signs of animals that could have caused the noise, nothing to explain the knocks or the scraping sounds. Just the familiar trees, their leaves trembling in the morning breeze. I decided I couldn't stay another night without some certainty of safety. I packed my things carefully, making sure nothing was left behind. Before leaving, I made one final sweep of the cabin, ensuring all doors and windows were secured. I started my car, glancing once more at the cabin as the engine roared to life. The forest looked calm, but the memory of last night lingered. The knowledge that I had been completely alone, yet not entirely safe, etched into my mind. The drive back was long, the roads twisting and turning through the hills. My nerves were frayed, my hands tight on the steering wheel, eyes constantly scanning the treeline. I didn't stop until the first signs of civilization appeared. The distant hum of traffic, the scattered houses along the roadside, the smell of exhaust replacing the clean scent of the forest. I felt a wave of relief I hadn't expected, a deep appreciation for human presence, for the safety of a crowded street. Once home, I unpacked and set the cabin trip aside, though I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest had been more aware of me than I had of it. Weeks later, I returned to my usual routines, but I found myself listening for sounds in the night, startled by creaks in my apartment, wondering how quickly my sense of safety could unravel. The cabin had been a mistake, not because of ghosts or myths, but because of the simple, terrifying reality of isolation. That alone, in a quiet place, the mind notices things it normally ignores, senses danger it cannot always explain, and confronts a vulnerability it rarely feels in everyday life. In the end, I learned that the forest is not inherently dangerous, but it is honest. It does not lie or pretend. It reveals our own fears, our weaknesses, our tendency to underestimate the importance of human connection and the safety that comes with it. The experience left me cautious, respectful of solitude, but wiser. I never returned to that cabin, but I never forgot it either. The memory remains sharp. The smell of wet leaves, the wind through the branches, the cold night, and the sound of something scraping against wood just beyond reach. And most of all, the knowledge that being alone can feel more threatening than any visible danger. That true fear often comes from awareness, from being fully conscious of the quiet, and knowing that if something goes wrong, there is no one to help you. I occasionally think about that place, and I realize that I survived not because of bravery, but because of attention, carefulness, and respect for the isolation I had sought. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After a year of work that never seemed to end, I finally carved out a long weekend for myself and decided to go alone into the mountains. The cabin I rented was isolated, deep in the forest, accessible only by a rough dirt road that wound for miles through towering pines and thick underbrush. The idea of complete solitude, with nothing but the sound of the wind through the trees and the occasional bird or squirrel, had an undeniable pull. I packed my backpack carefully. Canned food, fresh water, a first aid kit, warm clothes, matches, and a flashlight with extra batteries. I made sure to bring a few comfort items like a thermos for coffee and a small notebook for writing. The cabin's website had promised a fully stocked wood stove, running water, and a quiet, remote location. The reviews were all glowing, with people describing the serenity and peace that came from being completely cut off. That was exactly what I needed. The drive itself was long and tense. The road became narrower and more uneven the closer I got to the cabin. Deep ruts had formed from rain, and fallen branches forced me to slow to a crawl. At some points, the trees were so dense that sunlight barely penetrated through, creating patches of dim, almost permanent twilight. My car groaned as I navigated over rocks, and I had to stop several times to clear debris. There were moments when I questioned whether the cabin even existed or if the GPS had sent me somewhere that would leave me stranded. But then, after hours of twisting and turning through the forest, I saw a small clearing. The cabin was there, sitting like a simple wooden monument, unpainted, blending into the trees. Its windows reflected the fading afternoon sun, and the thin plume of smoke from the chimney suggested someone had recently been there, or at least left a fire going. I parked near the cabin and took a deep breath, feeling the tension in my shoulders begin to ease slightly. The air smelled like wet earth and pine needles, sharp and clean. The only sounds were the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. I approached the cabin slowly, noting its rough-hewn construction and the small porch where a single rocking chair sat. The wood was aged, darkened by weather, but solid. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of damp wood and dust. The walls were bare, and there was a small table in the corner with a few chairs around it. The wood stove was blackened but functional, and a pile of firewood sat neatly stacked nearby. The kitchen area was minimal. A small sink, a counter, and a few shelves holding canned goods and utensils. The bedroom was a simple loft above, accessible by a narrow ladder. A single bed with a worn but clean mattress occupied the space. I unpacked slowly, taking my time to examine the cabin and settle in. I made a small fire in the stove and prepared a simple meal, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the quiet order of it all. By the time the sun had fully set, the forest outside had grown almost completely dark, the trees forming black silhouettes against the dim sky. The first night was uneventful, except for the subtle noises of the forest. The wind moaned through the trees, and branches scraped against the cabin walls. Occasionally, I heard the thud of something large moving outside, but I told myself it was just an animal. Deer, maybe a bear, though I had been careful to store all food properly. I felt a little uneasy, but that unease was the kind of cautious awareness that comes naturally when you are completely alone in the woods. I went to bed feeling reasonably safe, the fire having burned down to embers. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming in through the small windows. I brewed coffee on the stove and ate some canned fruit for breakfast. I spent the morning exploring the immediate area around the cabin. The forest was thick, with underbrush that scraped against my legs as I pushed through. I noticed signs of wildlife, tracks in the dirt, gnawed tree bark, and droppings here and there. It was normal and expected. I wandered farther than I had planned, following a narrow path that seemed to lead toward a small creek I had seen on the map. The sound of running water was soothing, the gentle babble of the stream against rocks and fallen branches. I sat on a rock for a while, drinking in the quiet, listening to the small sounds of insects and birds. I felt a sense of peace, almost as if the isolation was washing away months of stress. As afternoon approached, I returned to the cabin. I noticed that the forest seemed to close in a little tighter around the clearing than it had in the morning. The shadows were longer, and the air felt cooler. I made another fire, knowing that the night would bring colder temperatures, and prepared a simple dinner. Afterward, I cleaned up and sat by the stove, letting the quiet settle over me. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, I began to notice that the forest sounded different. The usual rustling and bird calls were absent. It was too quiet. My mind, always alert when alone, began to invent small threats. The wind seemed to move more sharply, rattling the windows, and I heard the faintest sound of branches breaking, as if someone or something was moving just beyond the tree line. I tried to dismiss it. I reminded myself that forests are full of sounds that are impossible to identify, that every snap of a branch is a squirrel or a falling limb. But the feeling of being watched persisted. I checked the windows and doors, ensuring they were locked. The cabin was sturdy, but in my isolation, every small creak became amplified. I turned off the stove and sat in the corner, listening. Minutes passed, hours. My mind was on high alert. I knew I was safe inside, but the vulnerability of being completely alone was sharp and undeniable. Around midnight, a sudden, loud crack came from outside, like a tree branch snapping under weight. My heart jumped. I stayed frozen for what felt like eternity, straining to hear if there were more sounds, if whatever had caused the crack was moving closer. I eventually drifted into a tense sleep, only to be awakened hours later by a series of small knocks at the cabin walls. They were deliberate, soft, but unmistakable. My first thought was a bear, but bears do not knock. And the pattern was irregular, not the random tapping of a branch. My stomach tightened. I stayed still, listening. Nothing more. Eventually, the knocks stopped. Morning light brought relief, but the memory of the night stayed with me. I decided to explore the area around the cabin more carefully, bringing a hatchet with me this time. I moved slowly, scanning for signs of human presence. There were no footprints in the soft earth around the cabin beyond the ones I had left. No discarded items, no sign of anyone else. Still, the feeling lingered. Someone had been near the cabin, perhaps observing, perhaps testing me. That evening, I fortified the cabin more deliberately. I closed the windows securely, tied down the firewood in case it could be thrown, and made sure my supplies were within easy reach. I placed the hatchet near the door and kept a flashlight at my side. Each sound outside made my heart race. The snapping of twigs, the wind through the trees, even the distant call of a bird. I realized I had underestimated how tense and isolating complete solitude could be. My body felt tight, my muscles constantly braced. I kept imagining scenarios. A stranger finding the cabin, breaking in, or worse. Each possibility made me reconsider my earlier sense of peace. As the third night approached, a thick fog rolled into the clearing. It was unusual for this area at this time of year, and it swallowed the trees and the cabin in a gray haze. Visibility was reduced to a few feet. I could hear nothing but the muffled sounds of the forest, dampened by the mist. I lit the fire in the stove early and stayed close to the flames, feeling the chill of the night seep into my bones despite layers of clothing. Around midnight, a shadow moved through the fog outside one of the windows. My first instinct was disbelief. Was it my imagination? But it was distinct, a dark figure moving with slow, deliberate steps. I grabbed the hatchet, my hands shaking, and approached the window carefully. I could see nothing now. The fog had thickened again, and the forest was silent. The figure was gone. I spent the rest of the night in the corner near the stove, eyes straining through the darkness, listening. Hours passed in tense silence. By the early morning, the fog began to lift. The forest was quiet, serene again, almost normal. I knew then that I had reached the peak of my fear. Isolated, alone, confronted with uncertainty and potential danger. Morning brought clarity. I decided that I would not stay another night. I packed quickly but carefully, making sure nothing was left behind. As I walked back to the car, I scanned the forest constantly, alert for movement or signs that someone had been following me. The path was rough and my legs ached, but I kept moving steadily. After what felt like endless tension and hours of walking, I reached the car. I checked it over thoroughly, everything locked and untouched. My heart I had been planning the trip for months. After a year full of work that drained me in ways I hadn't even realized until I stopped to think about it, I felt the need to escape completely. I wasn't looking for adventure, exactly, or for a thrill that could be measured or checked off a list. I just wanted to disappear somewhere isolated, somewhere I could be alone, somewhere I could breathe without the constant hum of human noise pressing against my skull. That's how I found the cabin. It was small, a simple wooden structure tucked away at the end of a dirt road that curved into a thick forest. From the pictures online, it looked like the kind of place people rented to get away from everything, to read, to write, to stare at the trees and think nothing at all. I didn't need much. I packed lightly, just enough food for a week, water, a first aid kit, some candles, a flashlight, and blankets. I wanted minimal distractions. The drive there was long, longer than I expected. The road grew narrower as I left the last town behind, the pavement breaking apart into gravel, then dirt, then roots and rocks cutting up through the earth. My phone service disappeared somewhere along the way, and by the time I turned the last corner into a small clearing, I was alone in a way that felt almost unnatural. The cabin sat there quietly among the trees, the roof dark against the green, smoke curling up faintly from the chimney. No one was around, not a single other car. Not a sound of movement, just the forest, breathing, and me. I pulled up and got out of the car, stretching my legs and taking a slow breath of the damp, pine-heavy air. The smell was different here, rich and alive. The cabin door was unlocked. I had the sense that maybe no one had been here in days, maybe weeks. Inside, it was clean, almost too clean. The furniture was simple. A wooden table, a couple of chairs, a small couch, and a bed with blankets neatly folded at the foot. A tiny stove sat in one corner, blackened from previous fires. Shelves held a few canned goods and a stack of books, most of them old and dusty. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked, swept the floor, lit a fire in the stove, and sat by the window, watching the trees sway in the wind. Everything felt peaceful. I collected water from a small stream behind the cabin, noting how cold it was, how clear, and when night fell, I lit the candles and read for a while before bed. The forest outside was dark and still. I felt the solitude pressing gently against my skin, not in a frightening way yet, but in a way that made me aware that I was truly alone. By the second night, I began to notice the sounds. Not anything dramatic, not growls or footsteps, just subtle things. A branch cracking in the distance, a rustle near the edge of the clearing, the occasional thump of a small animal moving through the leaves. It was easy to dismiss, almost comforting in a way. I reminded myself constantly that I was in the middle of nowhere and that sounds in the forest weren't unusual. On the third day, while gathering firewood, I noticed something that gave me pause. The path leading from the cabin to the stream had faint footprints. At first, I thought it might have been left by an animal, but as I examined them, I realized they were human. They were small, narrow, like someone had been wearing light shoes. They led from the edge of the forest right up to the cabin and stopped at the door. My stomach tightened. I checked the cabin thoroughly, every window, every lockable point, and found nothing out of place. No sign of anyone inside. I tried to tell myself it was probably some local, maybe someone who had walked the road and wandered near the cabin before I arrived. But the more I thought about it, the more impossible that seemed. This cabin was not near any main trail, not near any park entrance. It was tucked deep into the woods, hidden. Only someone looking for it specifically could have found it. and the footprints were fresh. That realization made me feel exposed, vulnerable. That night, I barely slept. Every sound, the wind, the creaking of the trees, the distant call of an owl, made me tense. I kept my flashlight next to the bed, ready to grab it at the first sign of movement. I thought about leaving in the morning, about packing my few things and driving back down the lonely road. But a part of me resisted. I had come here to escape the world, not to be scared by it. So I stayed, convincing myself it was nothing, that the forest had its own life, that the footprints might have been old and I simply hadn't noticed them until then. The fourth day, I decided to explore. I walked along a narrow path I hadn't noticed before, following it as it wound deeper into the forest. The trees grew thick, the air heavier. The sunlight barely broke through the canopy. I felt a sense of exhilaration in being completely isolated, alone with nothing but my own thoughts. I came across a small creek, moss growing on the stones, water clear and cold. I knelt and drank a little, feeling the chill run through me. I didn't notice the movement at first. A shadow flickering between the trees, too quick to be a deer, too deliberate to be the wind. My heart rate spiked. I froze, eyes scanning. Nothing. I told myself it was a trick of the light, the way shadows shift in the forest. I returned to the cabin, the feeling of being watched lingering behind me. That evening, when I lit the stove and sat by the window, I noticed the footprints again. They were closer this time, not just to the edge of the clearing, but right near the cabin, pressed into the soft earth. My stomach turned. I began checking the locks on the doors repeatedly, running through the small first aid kit in my mind, thinking about what I would do if someone tried to enter. The rational part of me said it was unlikely anyone would, but the fear had taken root. It was not irrational anymore. It was real. The fifth day was worse. I woke to a strange sound, a dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor. It was faint at first, distant, but it moved closer. I stayed in bed, quiet, listening. The sound stopped suddenly, then nothing. I convinced myself it was an animal. I refused to look outside. I stayed inside the cabin, pacing, cleaning, organizing. My food, my water, my books. Everything became a way to distract myself from the feeling of being hunted. I told myself over and over that I was alone, that no one could have found me. But deep down, I knew the footprints and the dragging noise meant someone had, or at least someone had been there recently. On the sixth day, I woke to find the door slightly ajar. I had locked it the night before multiple times. My heart pounded as I checked the windows. Nothing was inside. No one had entered, nothing stolen. But the door had been opened. I couldn't explain it. I considered leaving immediately, but the road was far, and I had no cell service. I decided to wait until morning and then pack my things. That night, I barely slept at all. I stayed awake by the window, listening. The wind shifted. The shadows changed. I imagined footsteps circling the cabin. I had the flashlight, I had the stove, I had my limited supplies. But the fear had lodged deep inside me. I knew I was alone, but I also knew someone had been here. Someone could be back at any moment. The seventh day, I woke to complete silence. The forest seemed empty. I stepped outside cautiously, checking the clearing, the path to the stream. No footprints this time. No signs of recent passage. The dragging noise was gone. I spent the day gathering my things, preparing to leave. I felt a mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that nothing had happened. Disappointment that the isolation I had sought was broken by the intrusion of the unknown. When I drove back down the dirt road, I felt a strange shift. The tension that had gripped me all week began to fade with each mile. The world of asphalt and traffic and signs and distant towns returned, and with it, a sense of safety. I stopped once to look back at the forest, the cabin just a dark smudge among the trees. The isolation had been real. The fear had been real, but I had survived it intact. Later, back home, I thought about returning, about finding another cabin, maybe another forest. I realized that the cabin had taught me something, not about ghosts or monsters, but about vulnerability, about the thin line between solitude and exposure. I had confronted the unknown, something entirely human and tangible, and had emerged with more awareness than I had brought with me. I understood now that fear wasn't always about what was out there. Sometimes it was about what you realized could happen when you were completely alone. The experience stayed with me, not as a haunting memory, but as a lesson. I organized my life differently. I appreciated moments of quiet more deeply, and I recognized that being alone didn't always mean being safe, but it could be a place for growth if I respected it. I never returned to that cabin. I don't know who had left the footprints or what the dragging noise had been. Perhaps it was just a hiker, a lost traveler, or someone else seeking solitude. Perhaps it was nothing. But I know this. The forest taught me vigilance, patience, and self-reliance in a way that no town, no job, no friend ever could. And sometimes, late at night, I had been driving for hours, the road stretching endlessly through dense pine forests and empty stretches of farmland. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, turning the sky a dull orange, and shadows from the trees reached across the road like fingers. I had been planning this weekend getaway for months, seeking solitude in a cabin that promised nothing but peace, isolation, and a chance to clear my mind from the constant noise of the city. I had packed carefully: sleeping bag, extra food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, batteries, a small hand axe, and a notebook to document my thoughts. I was determined to be self-sufficient. The directions to the cabin were simple enough on paper, but in reality, they were confusing. The last few miles had turned into a narrow dirt path that twisted unpredictably, bordered by thick woods on either side. I kept thinking that if I missed the turn, I would end up lost in the forest, which seemed far too easy considering the remoteness of the place. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky had darkened almost completely, the last vestiges of sunlight fading into gray twilight. I parked my car on the uneven ground in front of the cabin. The wooden structure was small, older, but sturdy. Its walls had aged to a dull brown, and the roof had a few shingles missing. The windows were grimy but intact. A thin trail of smoke rose from the stone chimney, evidence that someone had been here recently. I unlocked the door, noticing the lock was old but functional. The hinges creaked as I pushed it open, the sound echoing unnaturally in the quiet forest. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of dust, wood, and something earthy, like the forest had seeped into the building itself. I dropped my backpack onto the floor and ran my fingers over the wooden table in the center of the room. There were scratches along the surface, likely from years of use. The cabin had only one main room, small but functional, with a basic kitchen in the corner, a wood-burning stove, and a narrow staircase leading to a loft with a single mattress. As I explored, I realized the cabin had been abandoned recently. There were remnants of past visitors, a half-empty jar of preserves, a few brittle paper plates, and a stack of old newspapers. I made a mental note to clean and organize things for the night, but the quiet of the forest pressed against the walls. Every sound outside the cabin, rustling leaves, snapping branches, the occasional bird call, seemed louder, more pronounced. I brushed it off as my mind adjusting to the isolation, but the unease lingered. I decided to make a fire. I gathered kindling from a small pile near the stove and stacked it carefully, layering twigs over dry wood. The first few matches failed, leaving a faint trail of smoke and a lingering smell of burnt sulfur. On the fourth attempt, a small flame caught and quickly grew as I fed it larger pieces of wood. The cabin brightened immediately, the firelight casting flickering shadows on the walls. I could see every corner of the small room now: the old armchair with ripped fabric, the tiny bookshelf with some faded books, the kitchen utensils hanging above the counter. I felt a small surge of comfort. At least here I had some control. Night fell fully, and the forest became a dark, endless black outside the windows. The wind had picked up, rustling the branches against the roof and walls. Occasionally, a loud crack would echo from somewhere in the distance, likely a branch breaking, but my mind imagined all sorts of possibilities. My heart raced more than I wanted to admit, and I found myself double-checking the doors and windows, even though I had locked them securely. The forest was quiet in a different way now, ominous, heavy, filled with shadows that seemed to move on their own. I went to bed early, settling into the loft mattress with the sleeping bag wrapped tightly around me. The cabin was old, so every sound the building made, creaks, groans, the settling of wood, echoed in my ears. Outside, I could hear something moving in the underbrush, just beyond the line of the trees. At first, I told myself it was a deer, a raccoon, or some small animal disturbed by the wind. But the sound persisted, a deliberate, crunching rhythm that sometimes paused, then resumed, as if whatever it was had stopped to listen. I tried to close my eyes and fall asleep, but my mind would not allow it. I could feel every heartbeat, every shallow breath, the air in the cabin thick and heavy. Hours passed, or maybe minutes, it was impossible to tell. Every time the wind howled, it felt like the cabin was groaning under some unseen weight. I finally forced myself out of the loft, grabbing the flashlight from the table. The beam cut a narrow path across the floor as I descended the stairs carefully. I wanted to investigate the sound outside, but fear rooted me in place. I turned the lock on the door and slowly opened it, pushing the door outward with trembling hands. The beam of the flashlight revealed nothing but shadows and dense trees. The ground was soft, the dirt slightly wet from an earlier rain. I stepped outside cautiously, moving slowly, ears straining for the slightest sound. I noticed footprints in the soft dirt, human, adult size, not my own. They circled the cabin, never leading too far into the forest, then disappeared into the tree line. Panic surged through me. I had read about isolated cabins, about hikers encountering intruders in the woods. I realized I had left my phone in the car, and the battery was low, useless for any long-distance call. My first thought was to retreat inside, but then I noticed that some of the footprints were closer than before, almost at the edge of the porch. I grabbed the hand axe from the kitchen counter and held it tightly. The night was still except for the occasional snapping of twigs and the distant sound of something moving deliberately. I kept the flashlight sweeping across the yard, but the darkness beyond the small clearing was absolute. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I returned to the cabin and bolted the door, sliding the wooden bar across the lock. I backed away from the door, the beam of the flashlight jittering in my hands. I felt trapped, exposed, entirely vulnerable in the middle of the forest. Hours crawled by. I stayed near the door, peering into the darkness every few minutes. The footprints outside seemed frozen, but the sounds of movement in the forest continued, always at the edge of hearing. I rationed my breathing to avoid making noise, drinking small sips of water from my bottle. At some point, I realized I had barely eaten, my stomach tight with anxiety. I managed a few bites of the dried food I had brought, but I couldn't eat much. I could feel the tension building in my muscles, my body ready to spring into action at the slightest sound. Morning brought relief. Light filtered through the dirty windows, revealing a cabin still intact, the forest quiet and indifferent as ever. The footprints outside were gone, and the only evidence of the previous night was the impression left in the damp soil. I stepped outside, scanning the forest carefully. The sun warmed the clearing, giving me a sense of safety, though I remained wary. I decided that leaving was the safest option. I packed my belongings quickly, carrying the hand axe with me for protection. The walk back to the car was tense but uneventful. I kept scanning the tree line, expecting to see someone or something watching me, but nothing appeared. The forest was empty. When I finally reached the dirt road and saw my car, relief flooded through me. The isolation that had seemed enticing the day before now felt dangerous, almost cruel. I drove away slowly, glancing in the rearview mirror at the dense tree line, making sure I wasn't being followed. As I reached the paved road, the feeling of unease finally began to fade. I stopped at a small diner, shaking from the stress, and ate a full breakfast for the first time in hours. I thought about what had happened, replaying the night in my mind, and realized that fear had made every shadow seem larger, every sound more threatening. Still, the evidence of the footprints outside the cabin proved that I hadn't imagined it all. There had been someone or something moving outside that night, and I had survived it by staying calm and vigilant. Weeks later, I returned to the area cautiously with a friend and proper equipment, including a GPS and extra supplies. We explored the cabin in daylight and found faint traces of human activity. Scraps of food, worn paths in the dirt, but nothing threatening. We realized that the cabin had likely been visited by other people seeking solitude, perhaps less carefully than I had. That understanding brought a measure of closure. The forest remained wild and untamed, but I knew now that with preparation and caution, I could navigate it safely. The experience stayed with me long after I left the forest. I became more aware of my surroundings, more respectful of isolation, and more careful about venturing into remote areas alone. I learned the importance of preparation, of carrying tools for protection, and of staying alert in unfamiliar environments. Most importantly, I learned that fear is a signal, not an enemy, and that it demands action and vigilance. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The city was noisy, exhausting, and filled with people constantly moving, talking, and rushing in every direction. I wanted silence, a place where I could be completely alone, where the only sounds were my own breathing and the wind through the trees. I found a small cabin deep in the mountains, the kind that barely appeared on maps, accessible only by a long, rough dirt road that twisted through dense forest and over steep hills. The pictures online had made it look serene. Wooden walls, a small porch, a fireplace, and a creek running nearby. It promised isolation, which was exactly what I wanted. The drive itself was exhausting. The city gradually disappeared behind me, replaced by open fields and then rolling hills, and finally by a forest so dense I could hardly see the sky. The road narrowed to a single lane of uneven dirt, and my car bounced and rattled with every pothole and rock. There was no cell phone signal, no gas stations, no lights other than my headlights cutting through the early evening gloom. I kept thinking that once I reached the cabin, it would all be worth it. The quiet, the solitude, the chance to sleep without alarms or traffic noises. By the time I arrived, the sun had dipped below the mountains, leaving a dim purple sky behind the treetops. The cabin looked exactly like it had in the pictures. A wooden sign hung crookedly by the door with a faded name. The porch sagged slightly in the middle, and the windows were dusty and streaked, but it felt solid and real, a proper place to stay. I parked the car, grabbed my backpack, and started unloading. Inside, the air smelled faintly of wood and something older, like it had sat unused for weeks. The fireplace had a small stack of wood beside it, and the shelves had a few dusty dishes and canned food left behind by the previous occupants. The first night was strange but peaceful. The silence was heavier than I expected, so absolute that every small sound seemed magnified. The creak of the cabin settling, the rustle of the wind in the pines, the distant cry of an animal. I could hear everything. I slept fitfully, waking occasionally to the sounds of branches scraping against the roof. By morning, the sun came through the windows, warming the room in pale yellow light, and I felt a strange mix of relief and satisfaction. I was exactly where I wanted to be. The first few days were perfect. I explored the surrounding area, walking through the forest along narrow paths barely visible among fallen leaves and underbrush. I found the creek from the pictures, its water clear and cold, tumbling over moss-covered rocks. I fished a little, read from my notebook, and chopped wood for the fireplace. Life was simple, slow, and intensely peaceful. At night, I lit the fireplace and cooked small meals over it, sitting close to the flames as the wind moaned around the cabin. The nights were long, and the silence was almost absolute. The occasional snap of a branch or rustle of leaves reminded me I wasn't completely alone, but it was comforting at first, a sign that the forest was alive in the usual way. Then, on the fourth night, things began to change. I remember it clearly. The sun had set, leaving the cabin in shadow, and I had just put another log on the fire. I was sitting on the old armchair, looking at the dancing flames, when I heard something outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, maybe a branch scraping against the side of the cabin. But the sound was too deliberate, too heavy to be a branch. It was a step, followed by another step, slow, deliberate, moving around the cabin. I froze, straining my ears. My mind immediately searched for a logical explanation. Perhaps an animal, a deer or a bear. But the sounds were not like that. They were heavier, more precise. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the wind had moved a log outside. Maybe it was nothing. I forced myself to ignore it and continued tending the fire. But the noise returned, a footstep right outside the window facing the porch. I could see the outline of the glass, and through the dim light of the fire, shadows moved across it. My heart began to race. I was alone, completely isolated, miles from any road. Panic was rising in me, but I tried to stay calm. I told myself it had to be an animal, a bear, a mountain lion. That made some sense, though the sound of claws scraping against the wood didn't quite fit. I went to the door slowly, gripping the old brass handle with trembling fingers. Peering outside, the porch was empty. The forest beyond was dark, and nothing moved. I checked around the cabin, circling it carefully, flashlight in hand. The beams swept over the wooden siding, the steps, the surrounding clearing, but nothing. The footprints were not there either, no marks, no signs. My pulse was pounding, but I told myself I had just imagined it. Cabin nerves, alone in the dark, nothing more. I returned inside, trying to sleep in the armchair by the fire. But every small sound, branch snapping, wind in the trees, the creek gurgling nearby, made me jump. Sleep was fitful, filled with dreams that were just fragments of noises I had heard. I woke up multiple times, thinking I heard footsteps outside, scratching at the door, moving around the perimeter. By morning, I felt exhausted, but the day was bright and sunny, and the forest looked harmless. I reassured myself that last night had been paranoia, exhaustion, the quiet warping my senses. The days following that night were tense. I tried to ignore the sounds, keeping myself busy exploring the forest, gathering firewood, and mapping trails. I noted that food in the cabin had gone missing, small items like sugar packets and canned goods. I had left them on the counter, and when I returned from my walks, they had been moved or partially consumed. I didn't see any animals around that could have taken them. It unnerved me. I tried to keep a fire burning during the day and locked the cabin door, but there was a growing sense that someone or something was watching. One night, I stayed up until late, sitting near the fireplace with an axe by my side. The wind was stronger, rattling the windows and shaking branches. Then I heard it again, the slow, deliberate steps outside. They circled the cabin, sometimes near the windows, sometimes along the edge of the clearing. I gripped the axe tightly, feeling a mix of fear and disbelief. No human being could have reached me so quietly in the middle of the woods without leaving a trace. And yet, the steps were not the noise of an animal. The weight and rhythm were too precise. I decided I had to find out what was happening. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, food, my flashlight, matches, a knife, and waited until the footsteps stopped. Then I went outside, staying close to the cabin, sweeping the flashlight in wide arcs over the clearing. I moved slowly, listening. The forest was silent except for the wind. There were no footprints, no broken branches, no evidence of a human presence. And yet, the feeling of being watched was suffocating. I went around the cabin multiple times, shining the light into the darkness, but the forest remained still, as if holding its breath. I stayed up all night after that, taking shifts watching the windows. Every shadow, every rustle made me tense, and I barely slept. My food was disappearing at a steady rate. The firewood moved slightly each day as if someone had been inside. My isolation was turning into a trap, and the peaceful solitude I had sought now felt dangerous. By the 6th day, I realized I could not wait it out any longer. I needed to leave. I prepared my car, checked the dirt road, and packed everything. I wanted to be calm, to leave quietly, but every noise made me jump. The forest seemed alive in a new, menacing way. I loaded my bag, keeping the axe in hand, and opened the cabin door. The wind was strong, shaking the trees and scattering leaves. I moved quickly to the car, glancing behind me constantly. Nothing was there, but the feeling of being watched never left. The drive down the mountain was tense. Every sound of movement in the forest, every snap of a branch, made me grip the steering wheel tighter. I avoided stopping, my heart racing. The rough dirt road seemed longer, more dangerous than before. When I finally reached the main road and saw signs of civilization, mailboxes, power lines, and distant houses, I felt a wave of relief I had never experienced before. I never returned to that cabin. I later learned that several hikers in that area had reported being followed or watched, and a few had found their food missing or their gear moved. I realized that isolation, while peaceful in theory, made one vulnerable in ways that could not be imagined until experienced. The forest was beautiful, silent, and deadly in its own subtle ways. The cabin, with its quiet, its perfect solitude, had become a trap in my mind, a place where I was utterly exposed, and no one would have come to help me if something had happened. I still think about it sometimes, I had been planning this trip for months. My life in the city had become a rhythm of gray streets, cold coffee, and empty apartments, and I needed something different, something that could reset me completely. The cabin had been available for rent in a small, forested area far from the nearest town. It was isolated, surrounded by thick trees, with a river running a short walk from the front porch. I told myself that being alone in nature would be peaceful. I didn't expect it to be terrifying. The drive there was long and exhausting. The city gradually gave way to highways lined with dense trees, and eventually, I found myself on a narrow dirt road. The road was uneven, full of ruts and small puddles from recent rains, but the GPS insisted I was close. After what felt like hours, the cabin appeared. A small wooden structure, rustic but sturdy. It was the kind of cabin that looked like it had survived decades of weather, its logs darkened by rain and age. There was a single porch with a creaking swing, and the windows reflected the fading light of late afternoon. I parked my car and got out. The air was cold, sharper than I expected for late spring, and it smelled like wet earth and pine. I took a deep breath, feeling relief mixed with a subtle unease. There was no one around, and that was what I wanted. Yet, the silence pressed down on me in a way that felt almost physical. I told myself it was just the isolation, that being alone in the woods always felt bigger than it really was. Inside, the cabin was simple. A small kitchen, a table with 2 chairs, a living area with a couch and a wood stove. Upstairs were 2 bedrooms, one with a small desk and a window that overlooked the forest. I unpacked slowly, taking my time to settle in. I wanted to read, write, and simply enjoy the solitude. But even as I arranged my things, I felt a subtle tension. The kind that makes you listen to the creak of your own footsteps and notice every wind gust that rattles a window. That first night, I built a fire in the stove. The flames cast dancing shadows against the walls, and I sat near it, trying to relax. Outside, the forest was black and silent. I thought I heard movement at the edge of the trees, but the sounds were ambiguous. A branch snapping, leaves rustling in the wind. I convinced myself it was nothing. I went to bed early, but sleep didn't come easily. Every small sound, the groan of the cabin settling, the wind brushing the roof, felt amplified. By the time I finally drifted off, it was nearly 3 in the morning. When I woke, the sun was just starting to rise, casting long golden streaks across the forest floor. I got up and looked out the window. Mist clung to the river, curling around the trees like smoke. The view was beautiful, almost surreal. I decided to go for a walk along the river to stretch my legs. I wore my boots, grabbed a small backpack with water and snacks, and stepped out. The ground was damp, and my boots left deep prints in the mud. The further I walked, the denser the forest became. Birds called, insects buzzed, and the river gurgled nearby. It was during this walk that I first noticed something strange. Small signs, almost imperceptible at first. Footprints that weren't mine, broken branches in a pattern that suggested someone, or something, had passed recently. I told myself it was probably an animal, The prints were human-sized, but they could belong to someone hiking or camping in the area. Still, an uneasy feeling settled in my chest. I scanned the forest and saw nothing, only the endless green, the twisting branches, the occasional flash of sunlight reflecting off water. I returned to the cabin and tried to shake off the unease. The rest of the day was uneventful. I chopped wood for the stove, cooked a simple meal, and tried to read. Yet every time I looked out the window, the forest seemed different. Shadows lingered in places where there should have been sunlight. Sounds echoed too clearly, and I felt watched. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling was persistent. Night came again, and this time I locked the cabin doors and windows. I checked the firewood and made sure I had enough water. I tried to sleep, but the wind outside seemed to carry voices, or at least it sounded that way. I told myself it was the trees, the way they rubbed together, the way branches hit the cabin roof. I tried to ignore it. The third day was the worst. I woke to find that the back door, which I had locked, was slightly ajar. My heart jumped. I knew I had locked it the night before. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing that indicated someone had come in, yet the lock had clearly been moved. Panic rose in me. I checked every other entry point. Everything was as it should be except that one door. I spent the day on edge. I didn't go for another walk. I stayed inside, keeping the fire going and checking outside from the windows. Shadows moved among the trees, faster than any normal animal. Sometimes I thought I saw a figure, standing still, watching from the edge of the forest, but when I blinked, it was gone. My imagination churned with possibilities, each one darker than the last. By the fourth day, exhaustion set in. I hadn't slept properly in 3 nights, and my nerves were frayed. I decided to leave, pack up, and drive back to the city. As I prepared to leave, I noticed something else. The footprints I had seen near the river had appeared again, closer to the cabin this time. They led to the side of the house and disappeared into the trees. I felt a chill run through me. Someone or something had been here while I slept. I grabbed my backpack, locked the doors, and ran to my car. The forest seemed alive with movement. Every sound was amplified. The crunch of leaves underfoot, the snap of branches, the rustle of small animals. But I kept going, ignoring everything. I got into the car and started the engine. For a moment, I hesitated, looking back at the cabin. It felt like the forest itself was watching me. I drove as fast as I could along the dirt road, my heart hammering in my chest. The road twisted and turned, and I had to slow down at certain points, but the fear kept me alert. Eventually, I reached the highway, the trees thinning, the road smoothening. Relief washed over me as I drove toward town, back toward the city and lights and other people. The experience stayed with me long after I returned home. I researched the area and learned that there had been occasional reports of isolated cabins being approached by people living rough in the woods, desperate and sometimes dangerous. It wasn't supernatural, just real-life threats in an isolated environment. I realized I had been lucky, that being alert and trusting my instincts had probably prevented something worse. Even months later, I could close my eyes and see the mist over the river, the deep shadows in the forest, the back door slightly ajar. It wasn't a story of ghosts or monsters, but it was real, and it had been enough to scare me more than anything I had ever imagined. I never returned to a cabin alone in the woods after that. I realized that nature was beautiful and peaceful, but it could also be dangerous, especially when you were completely alone and unaware of the world beyond the trees. I had been planning the trip for months. It was supposed to be a quiet retreat, a break from the city, the noise, and the constant demands of work and life. I found a cabin online, nestled deep in the woods, far from any major roads or towns. The reviews were minimal, but they described isolation as its greatest strength. The cabin had no electricity, just a wood stove and a small generator, and it was accessible only by a long dirt road that curved through the forest. I convinced myself that solitude would be restorative, that it would give me a chance to disconnect from everything, even if only for a week. I packed my car carefully, loading in supplies. Canned food, bottled water, firewood, batteries, a small medical kit, and a single camping stove as backup. I also took extra blankets, a heavy-duty flashlight, and a pocket knife. I didn't need anything fancy. I just needed to survive comfortably enough in isolation. The drive to the cabin was long, longer than I expected. The road narrowed after leaving the main highway, the pavement turning into gravel, then dirt with potholes and ruts that made driving slow. I passed a few abandoned-looking houses, overgrown with weeds, their windows boarded or broken. The deeper I went, the fewer signs of life I saw. The trees closed in around the road, thick pine and oak that blocked most of the sunlight, leaving the path in shadows even in midday. I told myself it was just part of the remoteness, part of what made the cabin special. When I finally arrived, the cabin looked smaller than it appeared in the photos, but sturdier. Its walls were dark wood, weathered but solid, with a tin roof that had rusted in streaks. There was a small porch with a single rocking chair and a stack of firewood neatly piled against the side. I parked the car beside the cabin, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The interior smelled of dust and wood smoke. A small living area opened into a kitchen, with shelves for food and supplies, a sink, and a propane stove. There was a loft above with a single mattress, and a small bathroom with a toilet and cold running water. I took a deep breath, feeling a mix of relief and excitement. I spent the first few hours unpacking and setting up the space. I stacked firewood near the stove, unpacked my food, and arranged blankets and pillows on the loft. I explored the small area around the cabin, finding a nearby stream and a faint trail that led deeper into the forest. I noticed the sounds of the woods, birds calling, the rustle of leaves in the wind, and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Everything felt quiet, too quiet at times, but I chalked it up to being unused to the stillness of the forest. By the second day, I had settled into a routine. I woke early, made coffee over the stove, read for a few hours, and walked along the trail or near the stream. I enjoyed the solitude, the freedom to do whatever I wanted without interruption. I started noticing small details, the way the wind shifted through the trees, how the sunlight hit the cabin at different times of day, the patterns of birds and squirrels. It was peaceful, almost meditative, until I began to notice other things, small things that felt out of place. The first was the sound of movement outside at night. I was reading in the loft late one evening when I heard a low crack, like a branch snapping, followed by soft rustling near the cabin. I paused, straining to listen, but everything stopped after a moment. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer, maybe, or a raccoon scavenging near the firewood. I had seen tracks in the dirt earlier, deer and small animals that were common in the area. Still, I felt a small chill run down my spine and checked the locks on the doors before going to bed. The second night, the movement grew more persistent. Footsteps, or what sounded like footsteps, circling the cabin at irregular intervals. I kept the flashlight on, scanning the dark trees, but saw nothing. The sound would come and go, sometimes near the front porch, sometimes at the back. I reminded myself that the forest was alive with creatures, that the wind could make twigs snap and leaves shuffle in ways that mimicked footsteps. Yet the pattern seemed deliberate, the pauses calculated, as if someone or something was moving with intention. On the third day, I noticed that some items had shifted slightly inside the cabin. A jar of coffee was moved. A small towel on the counter was out of place. I couldn't account for it. I was meticulous about keeping everything organized, and I had not left the cabin except for a walk to the stream. The idea of someone entering the cabin while I was there was terrifying, but I kept my fear to myself, trying to rationalize it. Perhaps a strong gust of wind had rattled a window, causing objects to shift. It had to be the simplest explanation, I told myself. But that night, I heard it again. Footsteps, heavier this time, moving around the cabin in slow, deliberate circles. I gripped the flashlight and walked to the front door, peering outside into the darkness. The forest was still. There were no animals, no movement, no sounds besides the faint crackle of the wind. I checked the windows, every corner, and even though nothing was visible, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stayed awake all night, listening, hearing only the distant cries of owls and the whisper of the wind. The fourth day, I decided to take the trail deeper into the woods, hoping that being out and seeing more of the area would calm my nerves. The path narrowed as it wound between trees, over fallen logs, and across small streams. I noticed fresh tracks in the mud. Human footprints, size and shape uncertain, but unmistakably not animal. My stomach churned as I followed them briefly, but they vanished after a few dozen meters. The thought of someone wandering near the cabin while I was inside terrified me. I hurried back, constantly scanning for movement between the trees, my heart pounding with each crack of a branch. By the fifth day, I started noticing signs that someone had been near the cabin more directly. The firewood had been disturbed, not in a natural way, but stacked differently. Some logs moved from their original position. Footprints, smaller than mine, were visible in the dirt near the cabin. The thought that someone could be watching me, waiting, was almost unbearable. I considered leaving, driving back to the city immediately, but the dirt road was long, and the forest seemed thicker than I remembered. Panic started building, gnawing at my sense of rationality. That night, I kept the cabin locked from the inside. I moved the heaviest pieces of furniture to block doors and windows. I had my knife ready, flashlight on, and I sat in the loft, my eyes straining in the darkness. Every sound made my heart jump. The rustle of leaves, the creak of the floorboards, the distant call of animals. Hours passed. Nothing happened. I forced myself to sleep in brief, tense bursts, waking at the slightest noise. On the sixth day, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I needed a plan. I gathered the items I could carry quickly. A small backpack, water, food, my knife, and the flashlight. I considered leaving at night to avoid being seen, but the forest was pitch dark, and the path was treacherous. Daylight seemed safer. I studied the dirt road carefully, noting every turn, every dip and rut, trying to memorize landmarks in case I needed to move quickly. I also made a small list in my head of steps to take if someone approached. Retreat to the car, drive away, call for help if possible. The next morning, I woke early. The forest was silent, still heavy with mist. I packed quickly and left the cabin, checking it one last time to make sure nothing was amiss. The dirt road stretched ahead, empty, but the feeling of being watched never left me. About halfway down the road, I noticed a figure moving between the trees. A person, partially hidden, watching me. Panic surged. I slammed the car into gear and drove forward, navigating the ruts and rocks as fast as I dared. The figure disappeared, vanishing into the forest as suddenly as it appeared, but I didn't stop to see if it would reemerge. The drive back to the main highway was tense, my hands gripping the steering wheel, eyes scanning the tree-line for any sign of movement. Every shadow seemed to shift unnaturally, every sound amplified in my mind. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station near a small town. I parked, breathing heavily, hands shaking, and called the local authorities, explaining everything. The footprints, the disturbances, the figure in the woods. They listened, then advised me to file a report and offered to send someone to check the cabin if I returned. I declined. I had no intention of going back. In the days that followed, I tried to process the experience. I realized how vulnerable I had been, how isolation could be both peaceful and dangerous. I never saw the figure again, never received any direct threats, but the fear lingered. I filed a police report detailing everything, though the authorities said it would be hard to investigate without concrete evidence. The experience taught me to respect the wilderness, to understand that isolation comes with real risks, not myths or fantasies. I had been planning this trip for months. The idea was simple. A weekend in the woods, far from cell service, far from the noise of the city. Somewhere I could just exist in silence, with nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the wind moving through the trees. I had rented a small, secluded cabin through an online listing. It was tucked into the edge of a forest that seemed endless from the map, a place with no other cabins nearby for miles, where the nearest road was barely more than a dirt track. I imagined it would be peaceful, a place where I could just think, write, and sleep. But I had no way of knowing that the place I imagined in my head and the reality of the cabin were so drastically different. The drive out there had been long, winding, and increasingly unnerving as I left paved roads behind and the trees grew denser, shading the narrow dirt path with a canopy that made the late afternoon feel like twilight. The air had a damp, earthy smell, the kind that comes before a storm, mixed with the faint scent of pine and moss. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, until the only sounds were the occasional bird and the crunch of tires on gravel. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just the natural silence of the forest. But there was a feeling there, a subtle pressure, like the woods themselves were watching and listening, not in a supernatural sense, but in that instinctive, uneasy way humans feel when they are truly alone in the wilderness. I arrived at the cabin just as the sun was dropping below the horizon. From the outside, it looked exactly as the photos had promised. A small, rustic wooden building with a stone chimney, surrounded by tall trees and a thin clearing. The porch had 2 rocking chairs that creaked in the wind, and a fire pit was set a few feet away from the cabin itself. The structure looked solid, but the wood had weathered unevenly, giving the impression that it had been there for decades. The windows were small and the glass slightly fogged with age. It smelled faintly of mussed, old wood, and the lingering trace of something that reminded me of smoke. I parked my car, unloaded my bag, and stepped onto the porch, feeling the first chill of evening settle over me. Inside, the cabin was even smaller than I had expected. The main room was one space with a small kitchen in the corner, a table, and a few chairs. A loft above held a single bed and a few crates for storage. The furniture was basic and slightly worn, but usable. There were no modern electronics besides a small, solar-powered lantern and a battery-operated radio, which was supposed to work in case of emergency. The cabin felt alive in a way that is hard to describe, not in a supernatural sense, but in the sense that every creak of the floor and groan of the wood made you aware of the building as a living thing. I unpacked my bag, set out my notebook, and made a small fire in the wood stove. I had brought a few canned foods and some dried meat for meals, and I ate quickly as the firelight flickered against the walls, casting shadows that stretched and shrank like restless animals. As night fell, the forest around the cabin seemed to close in. The air grew colder, damp and thick, and the sounds of the woods shifted. Night animals started calling, their cries sharp and sudden, echoing between the trees. Every now and then, I heard the brush of movement just beyond the clearing. At first, I tried to rationalize it: deer, raccoon, the wind, but there was a pattern to the sounds, the way they came and went, that made my stomach tighten. Something was moving near the cabin, something human, or at least something capable of intentional movement. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was just out here alone and imagining things. But I could not shake the feeling that the forest had changed its tone, that it was no longer simply alive, but aware. I went to sleep that first night in the loft, lying under a thin blanket, listening to the wind whistle between the trees and the occasional snap of a branch. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to a faint sound at the edge of the clearing. It was subtle at first, almost like the scraping of boots on dirt or a dragging movement over the ground. I froze, straining to hear. My heart started to pound. The sound stopped for a few seconds, then started again, this time closer. I could hear the faint crunch of leaves and the subtle breaking of twigs. It circled the cabin, coming from different directions. I could not see anything in the darkness beyond the faint circle of moonlight on the porch. I remembered the radio and fumbled to turn it on, hoping for some comfort in the static-filled sound. But there was nothing. No voices, no station, just white noise that seemed to amplify the scraping and rustling outside. I grabbed my flashlight and peered out the window. My hands were shaking, my stomach tight, as I shone the beam into the clearing. Nothing moved except the trees swaying in the wind. But I could still hear it, always there, moving just beyond my sight. I spent the rest of the night in the loft, clutching the flashlight, listening. Every small noise made me flinch. I considered going outside, shouting, trying to make contact with whoever or whatever was out there, but something in me knew it was not safe. The forest was dense, and there was nowhere to run if I were discovered. The hours crawled by, the moon moving across the sky, until dawn finally came, and the light revealed the clearing in all its ordinary, peaceful detail. No footprints, no sign of human presence. I tried to tell myself it was a dream, a hallucination from sleeping alone in the woods, but my body was still tense, my mind on edge. I spent the next day carefully exploring the surroundings of the cabin. The forest was thick, the underbrush tangled, and I kept imagining I was being watched. Every time I thought I had a clear view, a shadow would move just at the edge of my vision, a flicker of something that was gone the moment I turned my head. I noticed patterns in the environment. Small markers on trees that could have been left by animals or humans, faintly disturbed soil near the perimeter of the clearing. I started reinforcing the cabin, moving furniture to block windows and doors, stacking firewood strategically near the entrances. The rational part of my brain told me this was excessive, but the instinctive part screamed caution. That night, I heard the sounds again, louder and more deliberate. Footsteps circling the cabin, pauses, then slow scraping against the wooden walls. I stayed still, trying to control my breathing, telling myself to wait until daylight. The moonlight showed faint movements in the trees, silhouettes that shifted and merged with the darkness. I realized I had left the fire in the stove burning, which made the shadows dance, creating false shapes. But it did not stop the footsteps. Over the next 2 days, I settled into a tense routine. I stayed mostly inside, checking the surroundings from the windows. I rationed my food, kept a fire burning, and documented everything I saw in my notebook. The cabin felt like a small, fragile island in the vast, watchful forest. I started noticing more signs. Small branches broken near the edges of the clearing, footprints in the mud that I could not identify, and the faint impression that someone or something was learning my habits, following my movements. My sense of safety was gone, replaced by a constant awareness that I was being observed. On the third night, something changed. The sounds outside became coordinated. I could hear dragging, shuffling, and then a slow, deliberate knock on the door, followed by silence. I did not respond. I sat frozen near the window, heart racing, flashlight in hand. The knocking came again, soft but insistent, like someone testing the barrier between me and the outside. I realized then that the fear was no longer just instinctive, it was strategic. Whoever was out there knew I was alone and was probing for weaknesses. By morning, I had a plan. I would leave. Not tomorrow, not in a few hours, but immediately. I packed as quietly and quickly as possible, taking only essentials, leaving the cabin as intact as I could to avoid confrontation. My car was parked a short walk down the dirt track, and I moved through the forest with deliberate silence, watching the tree lean for movement. The air was damp, the morning mist thick, making everything blurry and strange. I felt eyes on me at all times, and I kept imagining shapes following me just out of sight. I reached the car without incident, though every snapped twig and rustled leaf made my pulse spike. I locked the doors and started the engine, slowly backing down the narrow path. Every shadow looked like a person, every movement in the trees like someone pursuing me. I drove as quickly and safely as possible, eyes darting to the edges of the road, until I finally reached the paved road and the first signs of civilization. Relief washed over me in waves I could not describe. The city, the people, the noise. It was overwhelming at first, but it was also life-saving. Later, I returned to the city and contacted the local authorities about the cabin. When they investigated, they found signs that someone had been living in makeshift shelters near the woods, watching the cabin, possibly waiting for an opportunity. There were traces of a small group, not dangerous animals, but humans who had learned to live off the land in isolation. They had never attacked, never entered the cabin. I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. Work had been suffocating, with endless hours and constant pressure, and the thought of leaving the city behind and retreating to a small cabin in the remote woods was the only thing that kept me sane. I had found the cabin through a listing online. It was far from the main road, accessible only by a narrow dirt path that twisted and turned through thick pine forests. The pictures showed a modest log cabin with a stone chimney, a small porch, and a view of a pond that glimmered in the sun. Everything about it promised peace, quiet, and solitude. The drive out of the city was long, but the further I went, the more I felt my stress lifting. The air became cooler, the trees taller, and the sounds of traffic gave way to the rustle of leaves and distant birds. When I finally arrived, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cabin and the surrounding forest. The place looked even better in person than it had online. The cabin was old but solid, with weathered logs and a roof that had seen decades of storms. A thin trail of smoke rose lazily from the chimney, which gave me the odd impression that someone had been there recently, though the place was supposed to be empty. I parked my car on the small clearing beside the cabin and stepped out, stretching my arms and breathing deeply. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. There was a strange silence that I wasn't used to, one that wasn't empty exactly but heavy, as if the forest was watching. I shook the feeling off and grabbed my backpack, heading up the wooden steps to the cabin's porch. The door opened easily with the key I had been given. Inside, it smelled faintly of old wood and dust, but it was clean. There was a small living area with a stone fireplace, a kitchen corner with basic appliances, and a single bedroom through a doorway at the back. Windows ran along the walls, letting in the last golden light of the evening. I dropped my bag on the floor and took a slow walk through the cabin, inspecting everything. The cabin seemed untouched, almost perfectly preserved, though I noticed a few scratches in the floorboards and the hinges of the doors creaked with age. I started a fire in the fireplace, unpacked a few essentials, and prepared a simple meal on the small stove. By the time I sat down with my plate, the sun had disappeared completely, leaving the forest outside a dark mass with shadows moving like they had a life of their own. The wind picked up slightly, rattling the windows and making the trees groan. I ate quickly, wanting to settle in before it got too dark, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't fear exactly, more like an awareness, a tension that prickled the back of my neck. The cabin was isolated, yes, but it was the kind of isolation that made a person realize just how alone they really were. After dinner, I tidied up and moved to the living room, sitting near the fire with a notebook to jot down my thoughts. The wind outside was picking up, and I could hear branches scraping against the cabin walls. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was just the usual noises of a forest at night. Still, I couldn't help but glance at the windows. The darkness outside seemed almost complete, so dense that the trees were indistinguishable from each other. A wall of blackness surrounding the cabin. Hours passed. The fire burned low, leaving the room dimly lit and shadowed. I stood to add another log and noticed something strange. The back window, which faced the pond, had streaks across it, almost like someone had dragged something along the glass. I frowned, trying to remember if the wind could have caused that, or maybe an animal. But the streaks were vertical, deliberate in a way that didn't seem natural. I reached for the flashlight in the kitchen drawer, shined it outside, and saw nothing but darkness and trees swaying in the wind. Still, the streaks stayed in my mind. I went to bed early, hoping sleep would quiet my imagination. The bedroom was small, with a single bed, a wooden dresser, and a window that looked out over the forest. I lay down, pulled the blankets close, and listened. The wind had grown stronger. There were new sounds now. The occasional crack of a branch under pressure, rustling that didn't seem to follow any pattern, and something heavier, almost like the sound of footfalls on the dirt outside. I told myself it was impossible. The cabin was miles from any road, and the nearest neighbor was at least a mile away. No one could have reached the cabin without me hearing them. Yet the sound persisted, sometimes soft, sometimes unmistakably deliberate, moving along the edge of the clearing outside my window. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't. Sleep was elusive. Hours later, I woke to a sudden thump. My heart jumped, the kind of thump that could only be something solid hitting the cabin. I froze, straining my ears. The wind was still blowing, but this sound had a rhythm, a pattern. Another thump followed. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly rose, careful not to make any noise. I moved to the living room, flashlight in hand, and shone it toward the door. The porch was empty. The thumping had stopped. I exhaled slowly, telling myself I had imagined it. Maybe the wind had knocked a branch or a loose piece of wood against the porch. But as I approached the front window, I saw something that made my stomach drop. There were footprints in the dirt, leading from the forest to the edge of the clearing. Human footprints. Someone had been outside, walking close to the cabin, and they hadn't come from the road. I went to check the back of the cabin, flashlight shaking in my hand. The pond reflected the faint light from the moon, but it was otherwise dark. I couldn't see any sign of someone there, yet the footprints continued, circling the cabin as if the person had been watching. I returned to the cabin and locked every door and window I could. My phone had no signal. I was completely isolated. The rational part of me tried to argue that it was impossible for someone to be out there without leaving more evidence, but the footprints said otherwise. My mind raced with possibilities. A hunter? Someone lost? Or worse, someone who knew the cabin would be empty. My imagination began to paint pictures I didn't want to see, of someone waiting outside, watching, perhaps even planning to break in. The rest of the night was a torment. I stayed awake, sitting on the bed with the flashlight beside me, listening to every sound. Footsteps in the leaves, a branch snapping in the distance, the wind moaning through the trees. I didn't sleep. Dawn was a relief, not just because of the light, but because the shadows and fear seemed less potent in the open. I left the cabin briefly to inspect the perimeter. The footprints were gone. No trace remained except for the ones near the porch. I took deep breaths, telling myself it was someone passing through, perhaps a local hiker, though I still felt uneasy about how close they had gotten. The isolation of the place made it too easy for someone to approach unnoticed. I spent the day cautiously moving around the cabin, making small repairs, reinforcing the locks, and organizing supplies. Every sound set my nerves on edge. The forest seemed alive in a way it hadn't before. By the evening, I realized I was exhausted from the lack of sleep and constant tension. I cooked a simple dinner, keeping my knife within reach, and tried to stay close to the fire. The night came slowly. I knew I wouldn't be able to rest, but I had to try. I sat by the window, flashlight ready, scanning the trees. Hours passed with nothing unusual. I dozed lightly at times, only to wake to the wind or an imagined shadow. This cycle continued until around 3 in the morning, when I heard a low, deliberate scraping against the cabin's side. It wasn't a branch. It wasn't random. It was intentional, and it was close. I gripped my knife, heart hammering, and shined the flashlight toward the noise. There was nothing there. I moved cautiously toward the back door, expecting someone to jump out. Nothing. Silence returned. I could barely breathe, my mind spinning with fear and anxiety. I spent the rest of the night huddled near the door, flashlight in hand, ready for anything. When the first light of dawn finally broke through, I made a decision. I couldn't stay another night. The fear, the isolation, the unknown presence, it was too much. I packed my belongings quickly but methodically, leaving nothing behind, and double-checked the locks. I got in the car and drove slowly back toward the main road, my eyes constantly scanning the edges of the forest. The drive back was tense, every shadow and movement catching my attention, but no one followed. When I reached a small town an hour later, I finally allowed myself to exhale, feeling a weight lift from my chest. The town was busy, full of people, traffic, and noise. The contrast was shocking, almost surreal. I realized how fragile the line between safety and danger could be, and how quickly solitude could turn into vulnerability. Back home, I unpacked and made a long, hot shower. I called my work, told them I needed a day to recover. I spent hours resting, trying to shake the lingering tension. In the following days, I couldn't stop thinking about the cabin, about the footprints, the noises, and the I had been planning this trip for months, not thinking about how isolated I would really be until I was driving the last stretch of the gravel road, surrounded by thick pine trees that stretched up into the foggy sky. The cabin was small, old, and wooden, set a short distance back from the road, almost swallowed by the surrounding forest. When I first saw it, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. Relief because it was exactly what I had been looking for. A place to escape, to be alone, to breathe, but unease because of how far from anything it was. There was no other house for miles, and the road to get here had been a winding, narrow path, the tires crunching over gravel and hidden stones. I had no phone signal, and for the first time in a long while, I realized I was completely cut off. The cabin smelled like damp wood and old smoke. The windows were dusty, and the wooden porch creaked under my weight as I set down my bags. I unpacked slowly, trying to settle in, brushing off the dust from the counter and organizing my few supplies. There was an old wood stove in the corner, and I found some logs stacked neatly beside it. I checked the water from the tap. It wasn't running. I knew then that I would have to rely on the small stream I had passed by earlier. I went back out with a small bucket, the chill in the air biting at my hands. The stream was shallow but clear, and I filled the bucket, listening to the quiet rush of water over rocks. It felt calming at first, but also eerily silent. The forest seemed to absorb all sound, leaving only the stream, the occasional snap of a branch, and my own movements. The first night, I lit the stove, the flame crackling and casting uneven shadows across the walls. I had brought some food that didn't need cooking, and I ate slowly, aware of the darkness pressing against the cabin's windows. Every small sound made me tense. The wind rattling the shutters, a branch scratching against the siding, the distant call of a bird I couldn't identify. By midnight, the forest had gone completely silent. I lay awake in the small bed, wrapped in a thick blanket, listening to the night. Somewhere very far off, I thought I heard a faint crunch of steps. Not on the gravel road, but closer, as if someone or something was moving through the underbrush nearby. I told myself it was a deer or some other animal, and eventually, exhaustion pulled me under sleep. I woke early, before the sun had fully risen, to a faint smell of smoke outside. My heart jumped. I grabbed my coat and stepped onto the porch. The fire in the woods was small, just a smoldering line of orange light through the trees, but it was moving. Smoke drifted between the trunks, twisting in the cold morning air. I had no phone to call anyone, and the nearest road was miles away. I watched, frozen, as the smoke expanded, the fire beginning to spread along the forest floor. I realized I couldn't just stay there. I ran back inside, grabbed my small pack with food, water, and a blanket, and started down the gravel road as fast as I could. The smell of smoke grew stronger, and the crackle of flames became louder. Branches snapped underfoot as I ran, my lungs burning, my hands scraped by the low-hanging branches. The fire was spreading fast, jumping between dry needles and fallen wood. I had no idea where it would go, only that I needed to get away from it. Hours passed as I stumbled down the road, each step heavy, every sound amplified in the isolated forest. I found a shallow ditch and hid for a while when the wind shifted the flames toward me, my clothes smelling of smoke, my hair stuck with soot. I couldn't stop shaking, and my mind raced with every possible scenario. I knew if I went back for the cabin, I would be trapped. If I kept going, I would have to survive in the forest until I found another road or someone came by. My eyes burned from smoke and exhaustion, but I forced myself to keep moving, following the narrow road as it twisted deeper into the trees. By midday, the sun was high, and I could see smoke columns rising above the trees behind me. My legs ached, my mouth was dry, and the hunger gnawed at me, but I had to keep going. I remembered the small stream where I had gotten water the night before. I backtracked carefully, finding it and drinking as much as I could. The cold water brought some relief, and I filled my bottle. I moved slowly after that, listening for any sound of cars or human activity, any sign that I could reach safety. The forest was unkind in its silence. As evening approached, I came to a small clearing and saw a dirt path that seemed less overgrown, likely leading to the main road. I followed it, each step careful, my eyes scanning the trees for movement. The sun was low now, shadows stretching long across the forest floor. I could still smell the smoke from the fire behind me, and the heat on the back of my neck reminded me how close it had come. I stumbled onto the gravel of the main road just as twilight fell. Relief washed over me in a heavy, overwhelming wave. I could hear cars in the distance, and within an hour, a truck drove by. I waved frantically, catching the driver's attention. He pulled over, concern etched across his face. I explained in fragments, pointing back toward the forest. He nodded, calling local authorities as I collapsed onto the tailgate, finally allowing myself to breathe. The fire crews arrived hours later, and I stayed to watch them work. The cabin I had rented and the surrounding forest was largely destroyed. Trees burned, smoke drifted into the sky, and all I could feel was a hollow relief that I had escaped. Over the next days, I stayed in a nearby town, recovering, speaking to authorities, and giving them details about the location. They told me the fire had been accidental, caused by a lightning strike during a rare dry spell. Could have been much worse if I had been slower. I thought often about the cabin, the way it had seemed like an escape and how quickly it had become a trap. I realized how fragile our sense of safety is when nature takes hold, how easily a place that feels isolated and peaceful can turn threatening. In the weeks afterward, I made a list of precautions for future trips: water, fire safety, emergency communication, maps, survival gear. I understood the importance of respecting the wilderness and never underestimating it. Looking back, I realized that fear, exhaustion, and the realization of how alone I had been had taught me more than I ever expected. The fire had destroyed the cabin, but it also gave me clarity, a deep understanding of survival, and an appreciation for life that I had never felt before. I knew that if I ever returned to the forest, I would do so with respect, preparation, and the awareness that even the smallest mistake could change everything. I had been planning this cabin trip for months. The city had worn me down in ways I didn't even realize until I had spent a few hours driving north into the mountains, away from traffic, streetlights, and the constant buzz of people. My goal was simple: to be alone, to breathe, to feel the quiet so deep it might almost hurt. The cabin I rented was far up a winding dirt road that had barely seen maintenance in the last 20 years, judging by the potholes, mud ruts, and occasional broken guardrail. The GPS signal dropped several times on the drive, leaving me relying on the fading sun, my instincts, and the vague memory of printed directions I had stubbornly refused to lose. The cabin itself was isolated, surrounded by dense pines that smelled strongly of sap and rot. I could see the roof just over the tops of the trees when I reached the last curve in the road. It was small, older, made of dark logs that had faded to gray, with a stone chimney that looked as if it hadn't been swept in decades. The windows were narrow and dusty, and the door sagged slightly on its hinges, creaking as I pushed it open. Inside, the place smelled of damp wood, old smoke, and something faintly sweet, like mold growing in forgotten corners. Dust floated in the light from the windows, and I realized that although the cabin was stocked with some basics, a small wood stove, a stack of firewood, a table with 2 chairs, it had clearly not been lived in for a while. The first thing I did was check the stove. I found that it still had some old kindling, but most of the wood was damp, warped, and soft with rot. I spent an hour breaking it down into usable pieces and stacking them in a pile near the stove. By then, the sun was low behind the mountains, casting long, almost unnatural shadows across the cabin. It made the trees outside look twisted and enormous, and for the first time, I felt that tiny, prickling unease at the back of my neck. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the isolation, the wind, and the unfamiliar darkness pressing close. I started a fire with effort, finally coaxing a small flame to life with sparks from old matches and dry kindling I found at the bottom of the pile. The cabin grew warmer slowly, the smell of burning wood masking the older odors, and for a few hours I felt content. I unpacked my bag, some clothes, canned food, water, a small first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, and laid everything out carefully. I had deliberately left my phone in the car, figuring that a week without notifications or calls would do me good. Night fell faster than I expected. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin's thin windows and sending long, eerie groans through the old wood. I could hear the forest around me in a way I had never noticed before, the rustle of branches against each other, the distant call of an owl, the low, almost imperceptible scuffing of small animals moving through dead leaves. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying, and I realized I had forgotten what it meant to be completely alone. I cooked a simple meal, canned beans warmed over the fire, and ate slowly, listening to the night outside. After that, I cleaned up as best as I could and settled near the fire to read. It was quiet, but every few minutes, I would catch a snap of a twig or a heavier brush against the outer walls of the cabin. At first, I thought it was deer or raccoons. I had read enough survival guides to know that in these woods, encounters with wildlife were common, even at night. Still, every sound made me startle, my pulse spiking each time. By midnight, the fire had burned down to glowing embers. I stacked some more wood in the stove and lay down on the small mattress in the corner of the cabin. The mattress was firm and scratchy, the sheets smelling faintly of mildew, but it would do. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore the noises outside, telling myself it was only the wind and the animals. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate knock against the cabin wall. Not the rattle of a branch, not the tap of a small animal. A solid, hard knock, as if someone or something was deliberately striking the wall with force. I froze. My brain ran through every rational possibility. Could it be a bear or a larger animal? Bears could push against structures, but a hard knock? Could it be another human? I had seen signs on the way up the road warning against squatter camps, illegal hunting, and transient encampments. And yet, the cabin was far from any road. The nearest house was at least 2 miles down the dirt path, and in this darkness, it would be impossible for someone to have arrived unnoticed. The knocking came again, slower this time, deliberate, almost taunting. I didn't move. My body felt heavy and my stomach knotted. My mind went through a checklist: flashlight, knife, fire, door locks. The cabin's door didn't lock properly, but the latch held. I grabbed the flashlight and switched it on, the beam cutting a narrow circle through the dark interior. Then I crept toward the door, trying to see the outside through the small windows. Nothing. The wind had stopped abruptly, and the forest was unnervingly silent. I strained my ears. Not a sound. Not even the usual rustle of leaves. The knock started again, but now from the back of the cabin. My first instinct was to check the windows, but I realized the small glass panes were too high for me to see clearly outside. I slowly moved toward the corner of the cabin, flashlight trembling in my hand. The knocks continued, irregular now, almost like they were walking along the back wall, testing the structure. My heart was racing, every muscle in my body tight with fear and anticipation. I considered leaving, running down the dirt road in the dark, but I had no idea where I would go. My car was parked 2 miles away, and the road was narrow, unlit, and treacherous at night. Any fall, any twisted ankle, and I would be stuck. I also thought about the wildlife. A human or an animal either could be dangerous, especially if I fled blindly into the forest. I decided to gather supplies quietly: knife, matches, flashlight, small first aid kit. I had to be ready. I moved carefully through the cabin, keeping low, trying to hear the pattern of the knocks. Then I noticed it. A small, thin line of mud at the corner of the cabin, right where the back wall met the earth outside. Fresh mud, smeared as if something had brushed against the wall. I froze. My mind went wild with possibilities. Was it a person? Was it an animal? And if it was a person, why were they here? I thought through the worst-case scenarios. Someone could be watching me, waiting for me to leave the cabin. Could they try to get inside? The back wall had no proper locks. My only option was the front door, but the front door was visible from outside. If someone approached it, I could hear them. I kept moving cautiously, flashlight sweeping, looking for any further signs. Hours passed in near silence. I stayed awake the entire night, barely moving, barely breathing, listening to every sound. The knocks never returned after that initial hour, but the fear lingered, gnawing at me. Every creak of the cabin floor made my stomach lurch. Every shadow cast by the dwindling fire seemed alive. I thought about the line of mud, the faint tracks outside, and tried to convince myself that it was just an animal. But nothing fit perfectly. The marks were too deliberate, too straight to be a raccoon or deer, and yet no footprints led up to the cabin in the soft dirt around it. Morning came slowly. Pale light filtered through the dusty windows, and I realized I had not slept a single minute. Exhausted, shaking, I decided to investigate. I donned shoes and stepped outside carefully, scanning the perimeter. The back of the cabin looked untouched from this side. No footprints, no mud, nothing to indicate someone had been there recently. I circled the cabin slowly, eyes wide, flashlight in hand even though it was broad daylight. I eventually discovered the mud trail led down a steep embankment behind the cabin. It was partially obscured by fallen branches and leaves, but it seemed deliberate, as if someone had crawled down, trying to avoid detection. My stomach tightened again, but daylight brought clarity. I realized the trail was too narrow for a person to have traveled easily. It looked more like an animal dragging something, perhaps a deer or a large dog. Over the next day, I made several trips into the surrounding forest, checking the perimeter, noting the animal tracks, and trying to reassure myself. I reinforced the cabin door with a thick branch across the latch, stacked extra firewood against the windows from the inside, and kept a clear space near the stove in case I had to defend myself. I stayed awake in short bursts, napping only when I felt it was safe, always listening for sounds. By the third night, I had adjusted slightly to the isolation. I no longer jumped at every snap of a branch. I still felt the fear, the underlying tension, but it was no longer paralyzing. I understood the rhythm of the forest, the way animals moved at night, the way the wind and trees could play tricks on my senses. The knocks never returned. On the fifth day, I went down the dirt road to check my car. The sun was high, and the air was I had been planning this solo trip for months, and by the time I arrived at the cabin, I felt a sense of quiet anticipation mixed with unease. The cabin sat on a small clearing deep in the woods, far from any road I could see on the map, and the approach was nothing more than a narrow dirt track that was barely wide enough for a single vehicle. The forest around it was dense and unbroken, the trees tall and thick, their trunks mottled with moss, their branches weaving overhead into a near impenetrable canopy. The last stretch had been unnerving. I had driven for nearly 2 hours on this road that seemed to appear out of nowhere and vanish just as suddenly, the sunlight dimming under the thick foliage above. The air smelled damp and earthy, with a faint trace of decay from leaves that had fallen weeks before. The cabin itself was small, built from weathered logs that had darkened over the years. The roof was shingled, though some pieces were missing or crooked. A stone chimney rose from one end, and a thin wisp of smoke curled lazily into the air, though I couldn't see a fire inside. It was rustic, isolated, and exactly what I had wanted, but standing in front of it, I felt a strange tightening in my chest. The silence was absolute, the kind of silence that feels alive, that makes your own breathing and the small crunch of leaves under your boots sound deafening. There were no sounds of animals nearby, no birds, not even the rustle of small mammals moving through the underbrush. Only the wind occasionally stirred the high branches, and the rest was stillness that seemed almost too complete to be natural. I parked the car to the side of the cabin and got out, stretching and shaking off the stiffness from the long drive. The ground was uneven, covered with fallen leaves and patches of wet soil. My boots sank slightly with each step. The air was cool, almost chilly, despite the sunlight that filtered weakly through the trees. I carried my backpack, which contained supplies for a few days. Food, water, extra clothing, a first aid kit, some basic tools, and a small axe I had packed for cutting firewood. The front door of the cabin was old and heavy, with a simple iron latch. It gave a deep, reluctant creak as I pushed it open, and the smell hit me immediately. A mix of dust, wood, and something faintly sour, like mold or mildew that had accumulated over time. The inside was small but functional. A narrow hallway led to a single main room with a fireplace at one end, a table pushed against one wall, and a few wooden chairs. A small kitchenette occupied a corner, with a sink, a counter, and some open shelves. The floorboards were uneven and creaked with every step. Light filtered in through grimy windows, but it was enough to see that the cabin had not been maintained for some time. There was no electricity, no running water, and I had come fully prepared for this. I set my backpack down on the floor, took a deep breath, and began to examine the space. The fireplace had a grate and a small stack of firewood beside it, damp but usable. The windows were covered in dust, some cracked, but none broken through entirely. The shelves held a few old cans of food and some cooking utensils, but I didn't plan to rely on anything here. I opened the door to a small bathroom and found it mostly clean, with a tiny, gravity-fed sink and a toilet that seemed functional. There was a cabinet with some old towels, a few of them yellowed, but better than nothing. After inspecting the cabin, I decided to gather some firewood. Outside, the air was colder than I expected. The sun was lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing. I found a small pile of dry wood near the back of the cabin, enough for an evening fire. As I carried the logs to the fireplace, I noticed how the forest seemed to press in around the cabin. Every sound was amplified: the snap of a twig underfoot, the distant caw of a crow, the whisper of wind in the high branches. I felt a prickling at the back of my neck, a constant awareness that I was completely alone here, miles from anyone else, with no one to call if something went wrong. I managed to get a small fire going despite the damp wood. The flames flickered and sputtered at first, then caught steadily, sending smoke up the chimney. The warmth was immediate, and the crackling fire filled the silence with a small, comforting rhythm. I sat down on one of the chairs, my back against the wall, and watched the flames, feeling a strange mix of satisfaction and unease. The cabin was as isolated as I had hoped, but isolation has a way of sharpening every fear. Night came slowly. The sun sank beneath the trees, and darkness fell fast. The canopy overhead blocked most of the remaining light, and soon the clearing was barely visible except for the glow from the cabin windows. I had brought a headlamp and lanterns, but I wanted to experience the true isolation, and part of me felt that it was necessary. The darkness felt thick, almost physical, pressing against the cabin walls, making the room seem smaller and tighter than it had in daylight. Around 10 o'clock, I heard the first sound that made my pulse quicken. At first, I thought it was the wind, a low moan through the trees, but then it came again, a faint scrape, like something dragging across dry leaves or rocks outside. I froze, listening. The sound was irregular, moving around the cabin, circling, stopping and starting in no predictable pattern. I told myself it was probably a deer or some other animal, but the dragging quality didn't match anything I was familiar with. My heart beat faster, and I stayed low in my chair, eyes on the window. The firelight cast flickering shadows across the walls, and every movement outside seemed magnified in my mind. The noise continued sporadically for perhaps an hour. I didn't sleep that night. Every time the dragging sound came near, I would stop breathing and strain to listen, telling myself that it must be an animal, that I had brought this on myself by coming alone into such a remote place. But as the night deepened, the forest seemed to take on an oppressive weight. The sounds became harder to ignore: branches snapping, leaves rustling, the distant thud of something heavy being dropped on the ground, each sound sharper than the last. I kept the fire going, replenishing the logs frequently, knowing that the warmth and light were the only things keeping the oppressive darkness and sounds at bay. Around 3 in the morning, when exhaustion made my eyelids heavy, I heard something that made me understand the real danger. It wasn't dragging or rustling anymore. It was deliberate, slow, and heavy footsteps moving close to the cabin. They were unmistakably human. My stomach dropped, and I immediately thought of all the precautions I had taken. Locked doors, my small axe at hand, and a sturdy metal latch on the door. But that didn't stop the fear from washing over me, nor the knowledge that anyone outside could be desperate, dangerous, and far more capable than I was if they wanted in. I stayed still, listening as the footsteps circled the cabin. They stopped at the front, and I could hear breathing, slow and deliberate. Whoever it was, they were waiting. My mind raced. The nearest neighbors were miles away, and the road out was a dirt track easily blocked by someone with a vehicle or a few branches. I considered my options. Running into the forest seemed reckless. Fighting someone with an axe I barely knew how to wield was risky. I needed a plan that would give me control, or at least buy time. I gathered the courage to move quietly to the back door. It had a small latch as well, and I made sure it was secure. Then I moved to a window at the side of the cabin, staying low, trying to get a view without revealing myself. I saw a figure, tall, wearing dark clothing, moving slowly along the edge of the clearing. I couldn't see their face, but their deliberate pace told me they were familiar with moving silently, with purpose. My pulse pounded so loudly I feared they might hear it. For hours, the figure lingered. I stayed in the shadows, keeping the fire low, listening to every sound. Occasionally, the person moved, stopping to check the doors and windows. I realized that any sudden movement on my part could provoke a confrontation I was unprepared for. I had to be patient, silent, and vigilant. Morning came slowly, but with it, some clarity. The figure had retreated into the trees at some point during the night, leaving behind only faint footprints in the damp soil. I didn't dare move until the sun was well above the horizon, and even then, I approached the cabin's perimeter cautiously. Every step was deliberate. I inspected the doors and windows. Nothing was broken, but the ground showed clear signs of someone having moved around the cabin, testing, observing, maybe even trying to intimidate. I packed up everything I had brought with me in a careful, methodical way, making sure not to leave anything behind that could be used against me. By late morning, I was ready to leave. I moved quickly, but not recklessly, back along the dirt track I had arrived on. I kept my eyes on the trees, listening for any sign of movement. The forest was alive with normal morning sounds now, birds calling and small animals rustling in the underbrush, which was a relief after the oppressive silence of the night. I drove as fast as the track allowed, constantly scanning the edges of the woods for any sign that someone might be following. I had been planning the trip for months, a week alone in a remote cabin tucked deep in the mountains. I wanted silence, the kind of emptiness where the only interruptions were the wind through the trees or the occasional call of a distant bird. I had driven for hours through winding roads, the trees pressing in closer with every mile, their shadows growing longer as the sun sank behind the ridges. By the time I arrived, the air was sharp, cold even though it was late summer, and the smell of wet pine mixed with earth filled my lungs. The cabin sat slightly off the main dirt road, a small structure with faded wood siding, a stone chimney, and windows that reflected the forest around it. There was no electricity, no running water beyond a hand pump outside, and the nearest neighbor was at least a couple of miles down a barely visible trail. I parked my car and got out, letting the silence wash over me. There were no cars, no voices, just the sound of my boots on the soft ground and the occasional rustle of leaves. I unlocked the cabin and stepped inside. The air was cool and smelled faintly of dust and old wood. I carried my bag to the small bedroom in the corner, leaving it on the floor before walking around to inspect. The cabin was simple. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, a sofa that looked decades old, and a pile of firewood stacked neatly by the fireplace. Everything was functional, though worn. I liked that. It felt genuine, like it had been here long before me, untouched by the frantic pace of the world. I spent the first hour unpacking, stacking firewood, and checking that the stove worked. By the time I lit a small fire, dusk had fallen completely. The cabin glowed in the warmth of the flames, the shadows flickering across the walls and ceiling. Outside, the forest seemed to grow darker with every passing minute. I ate a simple dinner I had brought with me, thinking about how long it had been since I had been this isolated. It was a good kind of loneliness at first, the kind that allowed thoughts to settle, like snow falling quietly in a night without wind. As night fell completely, I became aware of the sounds outside. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional soft thump of something heavy moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was just animals, maybe a deer or a bear in the distance, and tried to focus on the fire. But then I heard it. A sound that didn't quite fit the rhythm of the forest, deliberate and soft, almost like footsteps. Slow, careful, and close. My stomach tightened. I paused, listening. The noise stopped for a moment, then continued, coming from the far side of the cabin. I went to the window and peered out into the blackness. The firelight barely reached the tree-line, and I could see nothing beyond the vague shapes of the trees. My mind tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was a raccoon, a fox, or some other small animal. But the pattern of the movement felt too deliberate, too heavy for a small animal. I kept my eyes fixed on the dark edge of the forest, waiting. The sound stopped again, and I wondered if I was imagining it. Hours passed with the fire crackling and the wind sighing through the trees. I tried to sleep, but every noise seemed amplified in the silence. A branch breaking, the low groan of the cabin settling, even the sound of my own breathing made me tense. Around 2 a.m, the sounds outside became more distinct. Footsteps circling the cabin, the brush cracking under weight. I stayed still, listening. Whoever or whatever was out there seemed to be moving carefully, trying not to alert me to its presence. My chest tightened, my hands shaking slightly, but I forced myself to breathe slowly and stay calm. Then I heard a sound I will never forget. A deliberate tap on one of the cabin's windows, soft but unmistakable. My first reaction was disbelief, then fear. I moved away from the window, feeling my heart pound against my ribs. The taps came again, slow, rhythmic, almost deliberate, as if someone was testing whether I was awake. I considered calling the police, but there was no cell service. My car was parked in the open, my bag by the door. I was completely alone with a stranger or more than one. Outside, able to watch me but unreachable. I grabbed the largest knife I had brought for camping purposes, holding it tightly. My mind raced, weighing options. I could stay inside, barricade the door, and hope whoever it was eventually left. Or I could try to leave quietly and make it to the main road. Either choice felt dangerous. The tapping continued intermittently, now at the back window as well. Whoever was out there knew the cabin well enough to move quietly, to circle it, to watch me. Hours felt like days. I stayed awake, crouched near the stove with the knife clutched in my hands, listening to every sound. Eventually, the tapping stopped, replaced by a low, dragging noise across the dirt outside. I imagined someone moving something heavy, maybe a log, maybe just testing how much they could unsettle me. Morning light arrived slowly, washing the forest in a gray, misty glow. I dared to move toward the window, cautiously peeking outside. The ground was undisturbed except for faint tracks. Heavy boots coming close to the cabin and then circling it. Nothing had been stolen, nothing moved inside, but the evidence was clear. Someone had been here, had been watching, and had left only when the first light approached. I stayed in the cabin for the rest of the day, too nervous to leave. I used the remaining firewood sparingly, eating cold food from my bag, drinking water from the pump, and constantly checking the perimeter from the windows. When night approached again, I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed quickly, my hands trembling, and left before dark. I didn't take anything with me except the bare minimum I could carry, leaving the cabin just as I had found it. The drive down the mountain was tense, every shadow along the road making me flinch. When I reached a town with cell service, I called the local authorities to report the incident, describing the footprints and the feeling of being watched. They promised to send a ranger to check the cabin, but they made it clear that with no sign of theft or direct threat, there wasn't much they could do. I drove home, exhausted, unsettled, but safe. In the weeks afterward, I couldn't stop thinking about that night. The forest, the silence, the deliberate footsteps circling the cabin. It was a reminder of how vulnerable one could be when isolated, how easily someone could observe and unsettle you without ever making direct contact. I didn't return to the cabin, and I never planned another trip into that remote area. But I learned something important. Preparation and awareness could only go so far, and even the smallest sounds in the woods at night could remind you how fragile a sense of safety really is. I had been driving for hours before I finally saw the small dirt road that led to the cabin. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trees and giving the forest an orange, almost oppressive glow. I didn't know this area well, and the GPS signal was patchy, so I had been relying on an old paper map I found online. The directions said to take a left turn off the main road, then drive for nearly 2 miles through dense woods, and finally, I would reach the cabin. The road itself was rough, covered with small rocks and loose dirt, and I had to drive slowly to avoid scraping the bottom of my rental SUV. Every so often, a branch would brush against the side of the car, leaving scratches I would later regret. As I drove deeper into the forest, the sounds of the outside world faded. The occasional distant hum of a car on the main road disappeared, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the distant cry of birds settling down for the night. I noticed the air felt cooler, heavier somehow, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The path twisted sharply several times, and I realized that if I had been unfamiliar with the turnoffs, I could easily have gotten lost. A sudden feeling of isolation settled over me, but I brushed it off. I told myself that this was why I was here, to be alone, to disconnect from the world and my responsibilities for a few days. The cabin came into view just as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the thick tree line. It was small, rustic, and looked exactly like the pictures I had seen online. The wood was dark, weathered, and there was a faint smell of pine from the surrounding forest. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, which gave me a strange sense of relief. Someone had clearly been here recently, and the place didn't seem abandoned. I parked the car on a small patch of flattened earth in front of the cabin and got out, letting the evening air hit my face. It was crisp and smelled of wet earth and pine needles. I carried my bag to the cabin, noting how quiet the forest had become. There were no other sounds except for my own footsteps and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I reached the door and tested the lock. It opened easily, and I stepped inside. The interior was small but cozy. A fireplace sat in the corner with a few logs stacked beside it. A table and a couple of chairs were set near a small kitchenette. A single bed was in a tiny corner of the cabin, and a window overlooked the forest behind the cabin. I set my bag down and decided to explore a little before settling in for the night. I opened the back door and stepped onto a small wooden porch. From there, I could see the trees stretching endlessly in every direction. It was beautiful in a wild and untamed way, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The thought was fleeting, a trick of my imagination, I told myself. I walked to the edge of the clearing and looked around. The forest was dense, shadows blending together into large, dark shapes that seemed to shift slightly whenever I moved my gaze. I shivered, not from cold, but from an inexplicable sense of unease. I returned inside and decided to make a fire. I had brought some dry wood with me, and there were matches in a small tin on the counter. As the fire began to crackle, the cabin filled with warmth and a faint orange glow. I took a seat on one of the chairs and looked around. Everything seemed normal, but I couldn't shake the tension that had been building since I turned onto the dirt road. Night came quickly in the forest. The shadows deepened, and the sounds of nocturnal animals began. Owls called in the distance, and small creatures scuttled through the underbrush. I tried to read a book, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. Every so often, I thought I saw movement in the shadows, something larger than a deer, something that didn't belong. My heart rate increased slightly each time, but I kept telling myself it was just my imagination. Then, around midnight, I heard a sound that made my stomach drop. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, like the crunch of dry leaves under heavy footsteps. I froze, listening. The sound came again, closer this time, just beyond the clearing where the trees grew thicker. I felt a surge of panic and instinctively moved toward the fireplace, grabbing a long metal poker. I knelt near the fire, the glow illuminating the room, and tried to tell myself it was probably an animal. But the footsteps continued, slow, deliberate, heavy, and unmistakably human. I stayed crouched near the fire for what felt like hours, my ears straining for any other sound. Then I heard a low scraping at the door. Someone or something was trying to get in. I moved quietly to the kitchen, scanning for anything I could use as a weapon. I found a heavy cast iron pan and held it tightly in my hands. The scratching continued, intermittent, as though the person outside was testing my reaction. I debated calling the police, but there was no cell signal. The nearest town was miles away, and there was no guarantee they would reach me in time. I thought about hiding in the bedroom and blocking the door with furniture, but the idea of being trapped with someone outside the cabin scared me more. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time seemed meaningless in that tense, frozen state. The sounds outside shifted, slow footsteps moving around the cabin, the faint sound of someone breathing heavily. I tried to remain as quiet as possible, pressing myself against the wall near the window, hoping that the person wouldn't find me. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the noise stopped. Absolute silence fell over the forest. I waited, my body tense, sweat running down my face, ears straining for even the slightest hint of movement. After a long time, I gathered the courage to look out the window. Nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. The clearing was empty, the shadows deep and still. I spent the rest of the night awake, clutching the pan, jumping at every sound, every creak of the old cabin. By morning, exhaustion had set in. I hadn't slept, hadn't eaten, hadn't even moved from the spot near the fire. The sun began to rise, casting light into the cabin, revealing the scratches on the door, faint but visible, marks left by whoever or whatever had been outside. I knew I couldn't stay. I packed quickly, leaving nothing behind, and checked the doors and windows as best I could. I started the car and drove back toward the main road, every nerve on edge, glancing at the forest as I passed. Even as I returned to civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been following me, or at least had been very close, just beyond my sight, in the shadows of the trees. Days later, I learned from the local authorities that the area had a small number of squatters who sometimes broke into cabins left unattended. They were desperate, unpredictable, and often violent when confronted. I realized that what I had experienced was real, human, dangerous, and terrifying. I hadn't been scared by a ghost, but by someone very much alive, and that knowledge made it even more chilling. From that day forward, I never underestimated the feeling of being alone in the woods. I made sure to research every location I visited, check local reports, and always have a way to communicate. I had survived the night because I stayed alert, used my instincts, and acted cautiously, but I knew that luck had also played a part. The cabin looked inviting, peaceful even, but the reality of isolation in a wild area had shown me the sharp edge of danger. Even now, years later, I can close my eyes and see the shadows in the clearing, hear the slow crunch of footsteps on dry leaves, and remember the weight of fear pressing down on me like the dense forest itself. But I also remember the clarity that came afterward, the awareness of my own limits, the respect for the environment, and the knowledge that survival often depends on small, careful decisions made calmly under pressure. I never returned to that cabin, and I never will, but the lessons of that night stayed with me, shaping the way I approach the outdoors and the respect I carry for the unknown dangers that can hide in even the most peaceful-seeming places. I had been planning this trip for months, a solitary weekend retreat in the mountains, far away from the noise and responsibilities of the city. My apartment had been suffocating me with its walls, its stale air, the constant hum of traffic and neighbors, and I had promised myself that a couple of days in a remote cabin would clear my head. The cabin was not luxurious, nothing like the ones you see in advertisements, but it was isolated, perched at the edge of a thick forest, with a narrow dirt road that ended at its weathered wooden porch. The owners had described it as simple but comfortable, with a fireplace, a small kitchen, and a bedroom that could fit a queen-size bed. I packed lightly, taking only essentials: food that could last a couple of days, bottled water, a first aid kit, a flashlight with extra batteries, a small camping stove, and a few tools. I thought of it as precaution, not expectation. The drive up the mountain was longer than I had anticipated. The roads became narrower and rockier, the trees growing thicker until the sunlight barely reached the ground. Every curve of the road felt sharper than the last, and every rustle of leaves in the wind seemed amplified in the stillness. I reached the cabin just as the sun was beginning to dip behind the peaks, casting long, jagged shadows across the forest floor. The cabin itself was small and rectangular, its wooden walls darkened with age, the roof slightly sagging in the middle. A thin trail of smoke curled up from the chimney, which I assumed was leftover from the previous visitors, as I had been told no one else would be there. The first thing I did was inspect the perimeter. The porch boards creaked under my weight, and the railing was wobbly in places, reminding me that this place was old and not heavily maintained. I stepped down and examined the windows. Most were intact, though dusty, and the door's lock was simple, just a sliding bolt. Inside, the cabin smelled of wood, old pine, and a faint trace of dampness that had likely seeped in through the years. The furniture was sparse. A wooden table with 2 chairs, a small armchair near the fireplace, and a bed that looked barely used but serviceable. I put down my bag, set up the stove, and boiled some water, feeling the tension of the drive start to lift as the warmth of the cabin wrapped around me. Night came quickly. With no streetlights, the forest around the cabin became an ocean of black, the trees casting shifting shapes in the weak light of my flashlight. I had brought a few books, thinking I would spend the night reading, but the wind outside made its own noise, rustling branches, snapping small twigs, and sometimes making low groaning sounds as larger limbs rubbed against each other. It was the kind of sound that reminded me I was utterly alone, and that the forest did not care whether I existed or not. I found it oddly comforting at first. I made a small fire in the fireplace and watched the flames dance, letting my mind settle. Hours passed. The wind outside shifted, stronger now, and the temperature dropped sharply. I could hear the sound of something moving in the distance, maybe an animal, maybe the wind itself carrying debris across the ground. I told myself it was nothing to worry about, that the forest was full of creatures that would never touch me. But then I heard it, a soft thump on the roof. Not one, not two, but a series of irregular thumps, as if something heavy was moving slowly across the shingles. My heart jumped. I strained my ears, trying to make sense of it. Another thump, closer this time. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside onto the porch. The air was sharp and cold. I scanned the tree line with the beam, but all I saw were dark shapes of trees, swaying slightly in the wind. The roof above me was silent now, but the feeling of being watched had settled over me like a weight. I reminded myself that animals can walk on roofs, squirrels or raccoons, nothing more. I went back inside, double-checked the doors, and tried to sleep, though every snapping branch and gust of wind made me jump. The next morning, I woke to a quiet that felt unnatural. The wind had died down, and the forest seemed almost frozen. I decided to explore the surrounding area, hoping to calm my nerves with the clarity of daylight. The trail behind the cabin led into a dense patch of trees, moss-covered rocks and roots twisting across the ground. As I walked, I noticed signs of wildlife. Broken branches, animal tracks, a few scattered feathers. Everything seemed normal, but then I saw it. Deep footprints, much larger than any deer or fox, leading from the edge of the forest toward the cabin. My stomach turned. They were deep, heavy, almost human in shape, but too large to be mine or anyone else's from the cabin. I walked back quickly, eyes scanning for movement, heart pounding. At the cabin, I checked the windows and doors again. Everything seemed undisturbed, but the unease had settled into my bones. I spent the rest of the day close to the cabin, cleaning, organizing, trying to keep myself busy. As night approached, I started preparing food, boiling water, and stacking firewood. I thought about the footprints and tried to reason them away, but sleep was impossible. That night was worse. Around midnight, I woke to a noise outside, deliberate and distinct. Someone or something walking slowly across the porch. My flashlight was on the table just within reach. I inched toward it, trying to stay quiet, and finally grabbed it. I turned the beam toward the door, heart hammering, expecting to see a raccoon or maybe a stray dog. But no, the porch was empty. I looked around, scanning the forest line, The trees, the shadows. Nothing moved. Then I heard it again, from the side of the cabin. A soft scraping, like someone dragging a heavy foot across the dirt. I froze. The flashlight shook in my hand. Every instinct screamed to get out, to leave immediately, but my car was still a 20-minute drive down the treacherous road, and I knew I could not make it without being seen if someone was actually outside. The scraping continued, circling the cabin slowly, methodically. I crouched behind the table, holding my breath, the flashlight now barely moving. My mind raced with possibilities. Thieves, vandals, someone hiding. But everything seemed too quiet for a confrontation, too patient. Hours passed like this. Every small noise sent me flinching. Finally, before dawn, it stopped. The forest was silent, except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I didn't sleep at all. When morning came, I moved cautiously to the door and stepped outside. The porch was intact, no signs of forced entry, but around the cabin, I saw more tracks. Large, human-shaped, circling and then disappearing into the woods. My blood ran cold. Whoever had been there had been watching, maybe waiting, maybe testing. I packed my things quickly, not bothering with breakfast, and left the cabin, my mind racing with fear and relief. On the drive down, I kept scanning the trees. I never saw anyone, but I felt the weight of eyes, imagined or real, following me. I didn't stop until I reached the first gas station on the main road, where the world seemed normal again. Cars, people, light. I reported the tracks to the local ranger station, describing everything in detail. They told me it could have been a hunter, someone with knowledge of the woods, but there had been no reports of crime in the area. I left it at that. There was no proof, only the memory of the fear, the sound of footsteps circling my cabin, and the cold realization of how small and exposed I had been. Weeks later, I returned to the cabin, but only during the day, only briefly, with a friend. The footprints were gone, the forest quiet, the cabin itself unchanged. I inspected the surrounding area, checked for traps, signs of humans, anything that could explain what had happened, but there was nothing concrete. It had been a lesson in vulnerability, in respecting the isolation of nature and the reality that humans, not ghosts, were often the most unpredictable and dangerous presence. I still think about that night, the fear, the anticipation, the absolute certainty that someone had been there, just out of sight. It made me more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and more appreciative of safety and company. I learned that the forest is indifferent to us, yes, but other humans are not. They can be patient, they can be silent, they can watch, and we might never know why or what their intentions are. The memory lingers, sharp and clear, and it changed the way I approach isolation forever. I never returned to that cabin alone. The experience became a benchmark for fear that was tangible, realistic, and unrelenting. It was a weekend that was meant to be peaceful and restorative, and instead became a vivid lesson in vigilance, awareness, and survival. Even now, when I drive through quiet, wooded areas, I notice the way shadows shift, the way sounds carry in the wind, and I think of that night. It has stayed with me, not as a ghost story, but as a real, palpable encounter with the unknown in human form. A reminder that the world is larger and more unpredictable than our sense of control allows, and that fear, when faced and understood, can become a guide rather than a trap. I remember the day I decided to take the trip clearly, even now. It was late September, the sort of day when the air feels thin and sharp, but the sun is still warm enough that you can convince yourself that you don't need a heavy jacket. I had spent the last few weeks buried in work, tired of city noise and the constant pressure of my routine. I wanted isolation, a break from every single thing that demanded my attention. The cabin I rented was deep in the northern woods, a place that seemed distant from any roads, stores, or neighbors. The listing promised serenity, a quiet spot surrounded by trees, with a small lake nearby. The photos were convincing, though I always knew photos rarely captured the real essence of a place. Still, I wanted to believe. The drive there was long and slow, winding through roads that grew narrower and emptier with each mile. The trees pressed closer together as I drove, their branches forming arches overhead, letting through patches of sunlight that danced across the pavement. Somewhere along the way, the radio lost signal completely, leaving me in a quiet that was almost startling. I kept telling myself it was peaceful, but deep down, a small, uneasy part of me noted the emptiness. There was nobody else on the road for miles, and every few minutes, I would catch a movement out of the corner of my eye. Something large maybe, or perhaps just a shadow shifting with the wind. By the time I arrived at the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, the forest was dim, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should have. I parked on a small clearing of gravel, the tires crunching under me. The cabin was a simple, wooden structure with dark-stained boards and a steep roof. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, suggesting that someone had been there recently, or that the previous tenant had left the fire going. The air smelled of damp leaves and wood smoke, a combination that should have been comforting, but wasn't. The closer I got, the more I noticed the details the photos didn't show. The wood had weathered unevenly, the steps to the porch were warped, and the railing creaked slightly when I leaned on it. Inside, the cabin was rustic but livable. There was a small living area, a narrow kitchen, a bathroom, and a single bedroom. Everything smelled faintly of mildew, which I assumed came from the humidity or perhaps from being empty for weeks. I unpacked slowly, taking time to notice every detail. The small cracks in the walls, the scratches on the floors, the tiny rust spots on the fixtures. I told myself it was normal, part of staying in an older, isolated place, but I still kept glancing over my shoulder, almost expecting something to be watching. That first night, I tried to settle in. I made a small fire in the fireplace, the kind that sputtered and smoked a little when first lit, and cooked a simple meal. The sun disappeared behind the trees, leaving the forest in darkness that was thick, almost physical. There was no moonlight, just black shadows that moved with the wind. Sitting there, I realized how sound travels differently in isolation. Every creak of the wood, every rustle of leaves outside sounded amplified. The wind itself seemed to have weight. It shook the cabin slightly, making the walls groan. I went to bed early, hoping that sleep would erase the tension crawling up my spine. Sleep came in fits and starts. I woke multiple times, drawn by noises I couldn't identify, branches tapping against the roof, the low hum of wind, or perhaps animals moving nearby. I tried to rationalize every sound. There are deer here, maybe a fox, I told myself, or it's just the cabin settling. Still, the rational part of my mind struggled against the unease that built in my chest. By the early hours of the morning, I realized that I wasn't just uncomfortable. I was frightened in a way I hadn't felt in years. The next morning, I decided to explore. I walked toward the lake, keeping my steps slow and deliberate. The forest was quiet but alive, the sort of quiet that presses against your ears and makes you hyper-aware of every sound. I noticed things I would never notice in the city, the way certain leaves shimmered in the sunlight, how the wind made the trunks of trees sway just slightly, the sound of my own breathing so loud it startled me. The lake was small, almost like a pond, its surface mirror still. I stayed there for a long time, staring at the reflection of the forest, feeling the isolation settle into me like a physical weight. That night, after returning to the cabin and preparing dinner, I heard it. A series of knocks, soft at first, coming from the direction of the door. I froze, listening. They weren't loud, but they were deliberate. My mind raced through possibilities, an animal, maybe a raccoon or something larger. Still, the sound didn't match anything I recognized. I grabbed a flashlight, my hands shaking, and went to the door. Nothing. The clearing outside was empty. I searched the perimeter with the beam, scanning every shadow, every tree. The forest looked normal. My heart was racing. I decided it was my imagination and forced myself back inside. Over the next few days, the cabin began to feel oppressive. I had planned to stay a week, but every hour stretched long and tense. I stayed alert, constantly scanning windows and doors, noticing every sound, every movement. The isolation was magnifying everything. Leaves rustling, the distant cry of a bird, the snap of a twig underfoot. On the fourth night, it escalated. I was asleep when I woke suddenly, convinced I had heard someone moving inside. I lay still, straining my ears. There was a faint scraping sound, like something being dragged across the floor. My pulse spiked, and I clutched a knife I had brought for safety. The scraping stopped. I listened for what felt like hours, every muscle tensed, convinced I wasn't alone. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I drifted into a shallow, jittery sleep. The next day, I decided to explore further, hoping that a long walk would calm my mind. I discovered an overgrown trail leading deeper into the forest. It was narrow, barely maintained, and the trees closed in above, forming a thick canopy. As I walked, I found signs that someone or something had passed recently. Footprints, too large to be mine, disturbed earth along the trail. Twigs bent as though pressed down by weight. My imagination was racing, and I had to consciously remind myself to breathe, to stay rational. I told myself that hunters or hikers could have been in the area. The forest was remote, but it wasn't completely abandoned. Still, the thought didn't ease the gnawing anxiety that had been building since the first night. Returning to the cabin, I noticed something new. The back door, which I had locked carefully before leaving, was slightly ajar. My stomach dropped. I never leave the cabin unlocked. My hands trembled as I checked the locks on all windows and doors. Nothing else seemed disturbed. I didn't see footprints near the door, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat by the fireplace, knife in hand, flashlight on, listening to the sounds of the forest and the cabin settling around me. Every creak, every distant thump made me jump. By the fifth day, I was on edge. I didn't explore much, staying inside and keeping the doors locked. I kept my phone close, but reception was poor, and I couldn't rely on it. The forest outside the windows seemed alive in a way that was almost threatening. Branches scratched against the cabin walls, and small animals scuttled near the edges of the clearing. Every time I opened a door to step outside, I imagined someone, or something, lurking just beyond the tree line. The sixth night was the worst. I was lying awake when I heard movement outside, heavy, deliberate steps circling the cabin. I held my breath, straining to hear. It stopped. Then came a sound I had been dreading. A soft, deliberate knock on the front door. My heart raced, and I froze, knife in hand. The knock repeated, louder this time. I considered running, but I didn't know where. The forest was thick and dark, and I couldn't make it to the car without exposing myself. I sat there, paralyzed with fear. Then I realized something. There were no shadows moving across the windows. Whoever or whatever was outside hadn't come close enough to be seen. The knocking stopped, replaced by silence, thick and suffocating. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I packed quickly, throwing everything into my car. I tried to leave quietly, scanning the forest as I drove off. The road seemed longer on the way back, each curve hiding shadows, each tree seeming to lean toward the road. When I finally reached the main highway, I felt a mix of relief and lingering terror. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone, or something, following me, but the road was empty. Back in the city, I unpacked and tried to return to normal life, but the memory of those days stayed with me. I still dream about the cabin, the forest, the sounds in the night. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can hear that knocking, soft and deliberate, echoing in the silence. The isolation had revealed I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The city had been suffocating me, with its constant noise, the endless traffic, and the pressure of work that seemed to never end. I needed a break, a real break, somewhere far from people, somewhere I could just breathe. That's how I found the cabin. It was listed on a small, almost forgotten website for rentals, somewhere deep in the mountains, with a description that promised peace and isolation. No internet, no cell service, just the forest, the stream, and the cabin. I didn't even need to see pictures. The words alone were enough. The drive took longer than I expected. I left early in the morning with the sun still low, and the roads quickly narrowed from paved streets to cracked asphalt, and finally to gravel, winding through thick forests on steep inclines. Every turn seemed more remote than the last, and the mountains rose around me like walls. The GPS stopped working halfway, leaving me to rely on the signs and my memory of the directions the rental owner had sent. The trees were dense, their trunks thick and dark, their branches forming a canopy that sometimes blocked out the sky entirely. It was quiet in a way that almost hurt at first, the silence pressing against the car as I drove further in. Finally, I saw the cabin. It was tucked into a clearing at the top of a small rise, and the way the late afternoon sun hit it made the wood gleam in shades of gold and brown. It was a simple structure, rectangular, with a small porch and a chimney that hinted at long nights spent in front of a fire. I parked the car on the uneven gravel and took a long look at it, noticing the small details: the moss growing on the roof shingles, the cracks in the wooden steps, the weathered door that looked like it had endured decades of storms. Everything about it felt permanent, as if it had always been there and always would be, silent witness to the passing seasons. I grabbed my backpack and walked up to the porch. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet. I pushed open the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first, with smoke mixed with damp earth, the scent of old pine. The interior was small but functional. A wood stove sat in one corner with a stack of firewood beside it. The furniture was minimal: a table and chairs, a small couch, a bed pushed against the far wall. There were shelves with a few books and dishes, and a lantern hung from a hook. Everything was in order, but there was a sense of emptiness, as if the cabin had been waiting for someone for a long time. I set down my bag and began to explore. There were only 2 rooms, the main area and the bedroom. The windows were small, but they offered views of the forest, which stretched endlessly in all directions. A narrow stream glinted in the distance. I could hear the faint rush of water if I listened closely. I found the kitchen supplies tucked neatly in cabinets, the stove stocked with wood, and the small fridge humming quietly. Everything I needed was there. I decided to make a fire before sunset. The first logs took some effort to light, the kindling slow to catch, but eventually, the flames began to lick at the wood, filling the cabin with warmth and a faint, comforting smoke. I sat on the edge of the couch, watching the fire, feeling the tension of the drive begin to melt. Outside, the sky darkened, and the forest became a wall of shadow. I could hear the sounds of the wilderness: birds calling, a branch snapping in the distance, the stream moving over rocks, but there were no other humans in sight. No cars, no lights, no voices, just me. That night, I slept lightly. I woke once to the wind rattling the windows and the faint scratching of some animal outside. At first, I felt a twinge of unease, but then I reminded myself that I was far from civilization. Animals were normal. The wind was normal. Nothing here could hurt me. Still, I couldn't shake a feeling, a tightness in my chest that whispered caution. The next morning, I woke early and made a small breakfast on the stove. I had brought some eggs, bread, and coffee, simple things, and it felt luxurious to cook without the rush of a city schedule. I decided to explore the area. The path from the cabin led down a gentle slope to the stream. I followed it, stepping carefully over rocks and roots. The water was clear, moving fast over small stones, and I knelt to touch it. It was cold, crisp, and invigorating. I walked along the bank, noting the tracks in the mud: deer, raccoon, maybe even a bear. The forest was alive, and I felt a strange mix of comfort and apprehension. By afternoon, the sun was warm, and I decided to return to the cabin. That's when I noticed something. My backpack, which I had left on the porch, was slightly moved. I swore I had left it with the straps facing the door, but now it was angled differently. My heart skipped a beat. I scanned the area around the porch. Nothing seemed out of place. I told myself it was the wind, or maybe I had misremembered. I shook my head and brought the pack inside, locking the door carefully. As evening fell, I noticed another detail. A series of footprints had appeared in the soft dirt around the cabin, not far from the porch. They were too large and spaced too far apart to be my own, and they didn't match any animal tracks I knew. I froze, studying them. The first instinct was fear. Someone had been here, but why? The cabin was so isolated. the only access a narrow road I had driven on hours ago. No one would come here casually, and yet the footprints were real, fresh. I spent the night alert. I moved the furniture slightly to create barriers near the windows and doors, stacked some chairs against the door, and kept the fire going longer than usual. Every sound outside made me tense. The wind, the branches, the rustle of leaves. But as the night stretched, nothing approached the cabin. Sleep came in short bursts, and I woke repeatedly, checking the door and windows. The following morning, I decided I couldn't ignore the situation. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, some food, a knife, my phone, though I had no service, and left the cabin, planning to walk down the road to see if anyone was around. I needed to know if I was truly alone, or if someone had been following me. The walk was long. The gravel road wound through dense forest, and I moved slowly, scanning the trees for movement. Every sound made me jump. Hours passed. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling of being watched never left me. At one point, I heard a distant snapping of a branch, but when I turned, nothing was there. The isolation amplified every small sound into a threat. Eventually, I reached a junction where the gravel road met a paved highway. Relief washed over me. I could flag down a car, call for help, or even drive back to town. But as I looked back toward the forest, toward the cabin, a wave of worry hit me. The footprints, the moving backpack, the subtle signs that someone had been there. I realized I couldn't just leave the cabin unchecked. I made a plan. I returned to town, purchased a few tools, flashlights, a small hammer, extra locks, and headed back to the cabin. When I arrived, I found no one inside, but the signs of intrusion were clearer. The firewood pile was disturbed, the door showed faint scratches, and the footprints were still there, leading toward the trees. I fortified the cabin as best as I could, but I knew that real security would be impossible. Days passed. I stayed in the cabin, careful not to leave anything unattended outside. I set up barriers, reinforced doors, and kept a constant fire burning. I explored cautiously, always aware of the tracks in the dirt. I discovered that the intruder had likely been observing, testing the cabin's defenses, but had not actually entered while I was present. Every night I listened. Every night I felt the forest pressing closer. Eventually I realized I had to leave. The fear, though never actualized into an attack, was too consuming. I packed my belongings carefully, loaded the car, and took one last look at the cabin. It was a beautiful place, peaceful and quiet, but the sense of vulnerability had made it impossible to enjoy. I drove down the winding road, watching the forest recede behind me. The isolation that had once promised freedom now felt like a trap. When I reached the main highway, I felt a mixture of relief and sadness. The mountains and forests stretched behind me, vast and untouchable. I had survived, and the cabin had not been violated while I was inside. But the experience left me with a lasting awareness of the fragility of solitude. The cabin, the wilderness, and the quiet could all feel safe and comforting, but they could also hide danger in subtle, patient ways. The ending was clear. I had learned that being alone in nature required preparation, vigilance, and respect for the unknown. I returned home, carrying memories of the forest, the fire, the cold stream, and the silent threat that had never materialized fully, but had tested me in ways I would never forget. I realized I could appreciate the beauty of isolation, but only with caution, awareness, and readiness. The cabin had taught me that lesson, and I left it intact as it had been. I drove down the long, winding dirt road, the tires of my old car crunching over gravel as the last light of the sun disappeared behind the trees. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, a quiet solo weekend away from the noise and stress of the city. The cabin I rented was deep in the forest, far from any other buildings, with no cell service and a well that supposedly provided water. It sounded perfect at first. A chance to be completely alone, to breathe the cold, clean air and feel removed from everything that made life complicated. The road was narrower than I expected, barely enough for one car at points, and lined with thick trees that blocked any view of the sky. As I drove, I noticed the forest floor littered with broken branches and patches of mud, evidence of a recent storm. I adjusted my headlights and drove slower, cautious of hidden dips and puddles. The forest seemed dense, the trees tall and unmoving, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was entering somewhere I didn't truly belong. After about an hour, I saw the cabin tucked into a small clearing. It was an old wooden structure, weathered and gray from years of sun and rain. The roof sagged slightly, and moss had crept along the shingles. Despite its age, it had a rugged charm, a practical design with a small porch and a stack of firewood neatly piled by the side. I parked the car and stepped out, stretching my stiff legs. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. I could hear the faint rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional call of a distant bird. The cabin door opened with a creak. Inside, the smell of old wood and dust mingled with the faint tang of mildew. It was small but functional, with a wood stove in the corner, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bed pushed against the wall. There was a small kitchen area with a sink and a few cabinets, most empty except for some basic utensils and a tin of coffee. The cabin had no electricity, no running water, and only the stove and lanterns for light. I unpacked my bag slowly, taking in every detail. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and the windows rattled slightly in the wind. I decided to start a fire in the stove. I stacked kindling carefully, struck a match, and fed the small flame until it caught on the larger logs. The fire crackled and threw warm light across the cabin, making it feel less lonely. I cooked some beans and bread, savoring the simple meal in the silence. Afterward, I washed my few dishes in a bucket of water from the well outside, and then I sat by the fire for a long time, watching the shadows dance along the walls. The first night passed quietly, though I woke several times to strange sounds outside. There were branches snapping, and the occasional thump as something large moved in the forest. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. Eventually, I fell asleep, comforted by the fire. The next morning, I woke early to sunlight streaming through the windows. The air was crisp, and the forest seemed calm. I made coffee on the stove, listening to the wind in the trees, and planned a walk along a small trail I had seen while driving in. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, a flashlight, and my phone, even though I knew it wouldn't work out here. I wanted to explore to get a sense of the forest. The trail was narrow, overgrown in places, and winding. I moved carefully, noticing broken branches and animal tracks. I felt exposed and alert, constantly scanning the forest for movement. The deeper I went, the quieter it became, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. After a couple of hours, I reached a small clearing near a stream. The water was clear and cold, and I knelt to drink and splash my face. I felt refreshed, even though there was an underlying tension I couldn't shake. Something about the isolation, the remoteness, kept my nerves on edge. I started back toward the cabin, but halfway through, the sky darkened unexpectedly. Clouds rolled in fast, and the wind picked up. I realized a storm was coming. I tried to hurry, but the trail was slippery from the recent rain. I slipped once, scraping my knee, and cursed softly. The forest seemed more menacing in the growing storm, the trees bending and groaning in the wind. By the time I reached the cabin, I was soaked through and shivering. I lit the fire again and dried my clothes as best I could, wrapping myself in a blanket. The storm raged outside, rain hammering the roof and wind rattling the windows. I kept checking the walls and windows, half expecting something to break in or a tree to fall. The isolation felt heavier than before, oppressive in its silence except for the storm's roar. That night, sleep came in fits. Every branch snapping, every gust of wind made me jump. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking about how alone I was. The next day, the storm had passed, leaving the forest dripping wet and the air smelling of fresh rain and pine. I decided to explore more carefully and walked along the same trail, this time bringing a small hatchet and a pocket knife for protection. I wasn't expecting danger, but the forest felt unpredictable. Birds called intermittently, and the occasional squirrel darted through the underbrush. I found a fallen tree and sat on it to rest, drinking water from my bottle. As I was walking back, I noticed something unusual. A section of the trail I had passed the day before had fresh footprints, large, deep impressions in the mud. I froze, examining them closely. They were too large to be a deer, and the stride was upright, unmistakably human. My heart started pounding. I wasn't expecting anyone else to be in this forest. The cabin was supposed to be isolated, and I hadn't seen another person all day. I looked around, scanning the trees, and realized the footprints led parallel to my path, but were moving away from the cabin. I debated what to do. Part of me wanted to follow the tracks, but another part screamed to get back to the cabin immediately. I chose safety, turning around and walking quickly but cautiously. The forest suddenly felt much larger and more suffocating. Every rustle, every snap of a twig made me tense. I glanced over my shoulder repeatedly, half expecting to see someone following me. I made it back to the cabin in record time, my hands shaking slightly as I locked the door and secured the windows. I spent the rest of the day inside, making sure the fire was solid and that my supplies were organized. I checked the well water, boiled some for drinking, and arranged my food carefully. I didn't want to leave anything outside where someone could tamper with it. I also made a plan for the night. I would stay alert, keep the fire going, and avoid going outside unless necessary. Night fell slowly, and the forest became dark and silent, except for the occasional rustle. I could hear distant water running in the stream near the cabin, but otherwise, it was eerily quiet. Every noise from outside made me tense, and I kept imagining footsteps, shadows moving in the dark. I stayed by the fire, checking the windows and doors regularly. I realized how vulnerable I was, completely isolated with no immediate help nearby. Around midnight, I heard something that made my stomach drop, a sharp knock on the cabin door, muffled by the rain outside. I froze, straining my ears. The wind had died down, and the forest seemed to hold its breath again. Another knock, this one louder and deliberate. I backed away from the door slowly, grabbing the hatchet I had left by the stove. I listened intently, heart hammering. The knocking continued intermittently for a few minutes, then stopped. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, sitting by the fire, hatchet in hand, listening to every sound. I could hear breathing outside at one point, distant and uneven, and my nerves tightened. I realized that someone had been following the footprints I had seen earlier and had found the cabin. I stayed awake until dawn, when the light began to seep through the windows, feeling the tension slowly ease. The next morning, I decided I had to leave. Staying another night in the cabin, knowing someone had been close enough to knock on the door, was too risky. I packed quickly, securing the cabin as best I could, and loaded my car. As I drove away, I kept scanning the trees, half expecting someone to emerge from the forest. The dirt road was treacherous after the storm, but I navigated it carefully, moving faster than when I had arrived. By the time I reached the main road, civilization was in sight again, and I could feel the tension leaving my body. I stopped at a small convenience store, bought some water and food, and used the phone there to check my messages. I told myself I would report the footprints to the local authorities, though I doubted they would find anything by the time they investigated. Looking back on that weekend, I realized how unprepared I had been. The cabin was beautiful, the forest peaceful in the light of day, but the isolation, the unpredictability, and the unknown presence had made it terrifying. I understood then how quickly a serene place could become dangerous when there were other people involved, and how vulnerable one could feel when completely alone. I never returned to that cabin,